out from the meeting. Okay. So guys, if you are ready, if you are focused, type focus in the chat box and I will get started. Perfect. What energy, guys. Thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Guys, you can see my screen, right? Please type essay in the chat box. Perfect. Super. So this week we are going to start new topic, Linux for DevOps. So before we start this topic, Linux for DevOps, let me ask you three questions and I'm expecting you to let me know the answer. Okay. So these three questions on your screen. If you want, you can quickly I use the chat GPT to let me know the answer. First question is, which OS is mostly used in cloud servers? Second question is, which OS is mostly used to run containers? Third question is, which OS do automation tool like Terraform and Ansible depends on? I see you people are typing Linux, 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 Linux. Yes, you are right. Could you please tell me in the percentage, in the terms of the percentage, at what percent of Linux used as a cloud server, as a container for the automation tool? 99%, 90%, 100%. Wow. You guys know. Perfect. Super. Thank you so much. And looks like you people are right. Let me share back my screen and let me tell you my answer. So you people are right. So it over 80% of the cloud workloads runs on Linux operating system. Around 90 to 95% of Linux OS is used in a container. Guys, I've used container. I'm using container from 2011. Okay, and initial 3 to 4 years, container was only available on the Linux. Okay, later it's become on the window. And if you talk about the operating, okay, automation tools, so Terraform use 85% to 90% and Ansible use 100%. So now you can imagine importance of Linux operating system. So here what I'm trying to tell you as a DevOps engineer, importance of Linux operating system, and this is what we are going to cover. So I see there is around 15 people in the waiting list. So let me add them, and this is the last time we are allowing them. Let's admit, and then we are going to start. Guys, this week is very, very important for the DevOps engineers. Okay. And here you are going to learn a lot of commands, concepts, and those you are going to use throughout this course, throughout this training, throughout this internship for the next 5 months. So this week is very, very important. So people, I have just accepted you. Okay, please make sure to join on the time. In the future we are not going to accept you at all. Okay, please, please, please keep in the mind. Okay, so now let me share my screen once again. Yes. Now, what is Linux? Linux is the operating system, right? So let's try to start with understanding what is operating system. Linux is the operating system, right? So let's start with what is operating system and why operating system is so important. So operating system is the brain of computer. Now you see here on this screen, I'm showing a small architecture. So here on this architecture, here you see the operating system. So operating system is the brain of your computer. Why this is brain of your computer? So you have the laptop, right? You are joining this session from the laptop. If you go and take this operating system out from your laptop, this is black box. Nothing is there. So without that is not work. So this is brain of your computer. How it do and how it help us try to understand this. So operating system help us interact with the hardwares. What we have in the hardwares? In hardware we have the CPU. You already know, right? We have the RAM. We have the input outputs. We have the storage. So operating system bridge the gap between the users and the hardwares, and it sits in between them. So we want to run the application, right? To run the application, what do we need? We need the CPU, we need the memory, we need the input outputs, we need the storage, right? So operating system bridges this gap. How operating system bridge this gap? To bridge this gap, it has the software, and it has different types of the software, and one of them is system software and another is application software. Let's understand this. What is system software? System software is the software that comes in built with the operating system. So when we install the operating system, it already comes with the some browser, right? It comes with the some tool like SSH. We are going to use it. Cron tab. We want to check the memories, disk utilization of your computer, right? So what is this? These are system software. These are inbuilt software. On top of that, as a DevOps engineer, you are going to run your own application, your own software. What could be your own software? Maybe portfolio, maybe DMI websites, maybe any company third party softwares, right? It could be the database, right? So this is what you are going to do. So as a DevOps engineer, basically you are going to deploy these applications, manage this application, but now you see to run this application is going to sit on these softwares. You are going to use the system softwares. This is part of the operating system, and this is going to interact with the hardwares, right? So here you need to understand this whole operating system very well. Why? Because your application software not going to work out of box. You will try to install the application, it will not work. There will be the issues, there will be the challenges, and you need to fix it, right? So you need to understand this different component. Guys, so far am I making sense? Then type MK in the chat box. Perfect. So let me share my screen once again. Now we understood this operating system, right? Now let's understand a little bit more about this operating system functions. It has different functions. What are the different functions of the operating systems? First is resource management. So operating system help managing the resources. What is the resources? CPU, memory, storage allocation. So it help us managing the resources. What else it do? Process management. What is the process? When you are running a application in a server on your computer, so this is the process. So all application on your system, this is called process. It help us in the process management. It helps us in the file system management. You store a lot of files. It helps us organizing it, storing it, retrieving it, managing data on the storage device. Along with that, it also gives us user interface. So we use UI, right? So when you open your laptop, we have the UI, right? Again, this is comes from the operating system. As a DevOps engineer, you will be going to use CLI a lot. Okay, so again, this will be coming from the operating system. What else? What is different functions? Security and access control. And this is most important part you will be dealing as a DevOps engineer. When you run a application, you're going to create a user. Then you're going to grant the permission. So all those things is done by operating system. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type OS in the chat box. Fantastic. What energy, guys. Thank you so much. Now, let me share my screen once again. So now we understand operating system, different component of the operating systems, right? Different function of the operating system. Now let's understand some commonly used operating system in this world. So there are different types of the operating system, and one of them is the Linux, and you already understood around 90% of the cloud servers use Linux operating system. Other than that, we have the Windows operating system, Mac OS, iOS, Android, right? These are used for the phone, correct? So this is for the Android phone, this is for the Apple phones, right? So again, these all are operating system. And now and then, some point of time, you also will be interacting all these softwares, all this operating system, not only Linux. But as I said, most of the time, you will be interacting with the Linux operating system. You will be in a team where you will be running the SQL server. SQL server runs on Windows operating systems. You will be working in a team, they have the mobile application. You also need to support. But that's not a big deal. If you know one operating system, you will be able to manage other operating systems as well. Guys, am I right? If yes, type capital yes in the chat box. Fantastic. I want a reply from everyone. You guys are with me? Out of all distraction, type Praveen in the chat box. Pravin. Praveen in the chat box. And everyone, make sure your camera is on. Anjana, keep removing the people. Okay, only commenter are allowed to not turn on their camera. Okay, other people you has to has perfect. So, as I said, our focus is the Linux operating system. So let's understand what is Linux operating system. Linux operating system is free. Linux operating system is the free. This is open source. What open source means? Open source means it's developed by community, maintained by community. So Linux operating system is free. Sometimes this is the cost. I'm going to explain in a moment. And these are the open source. This is known for stability and security. How many of you are using the Windows operating system? Type W in the chat box. Windows is not stable, right? There's always problem. There's always issues. right? Linux is known for the stability because we are going to run your production applications, right? Security is also secure, okay? So it's not very easy to install the software. It will start propagating within your operating system, okay? This is also secure and this is flexible as well. Where do we use Linux operating system? Linux operating system we use as a server, cloud server, and also desktop server as well. Okay, so operating systems. Okay, Linux operating system also comes as a GUI, but this is just maybe 2 to 3%. Okay, so sometimes people use just for the learning and all. Okay, but we mostly use as a server version. Okay, and as I said, this is mostly get used inside the cloud environment. So what is Linux operating system? Linux operating system is open source, free, stable, secure, flexible operating system we use as a server in cloud environment. Guys, so far so all good, all clear. Type capital clear in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now, there is different type of Linux operating system. Okay. Before that, okay, little bit try to understand the architecture of a Linux operating system because as I said, you are DevOps engineer and you are going to install the software, configure the software, deploy the software, then you will be getting some issues. You will be facing some challenges. So if you understand the Linux operating system architecture, then you will be able to understand from where this problem is coming. Okay, so try to think from that perspective. If you know this error is coming from the user interface, or maybe from the kernel, or maybe from the operating system, or maybe from your software itself. Okay, so from that point of view, this concept is this architecture is important. So I'm sharing my screen once again, and let's go to the Linux operating system architecture. Okay, this image maybe you have seen in earlier as well. Let's quickly look into that. So as I said, core of everything is the hardware. Okay, so we have the hardware, and on top of hardware in the Linux operating system there is the kernel. So we have here hardware. On top of hardware we have the kernel. What is kernel? Kernel is once again brain of operating system. I'm repeating once again. As I said, operating system is brain of, type in the chat box. Operating system is brain of computer. Exactly. Thank you so much. Similar, kernel is the brain of operating system. Okay, what is kernel? Kernel include, it's okay, so this is a central part of the operating system, and it's this is the things that interact with the hardware. As you see, this is sitting where on top of the hardware, right? So this is interact with your hardware. So when it's interact with the hardware, what is do? It's this is the things in the operating system that do the device management. This do the process management. This do the memory management. Is to do the system calls. And this is the place where we optimize for the performance. Okay, that's why this is brain of operating system. Guys, am I making sense? If yes, type MK in the chat box. So kernel is brain of operating system and it do the heavy lifting. Okay, it's directly interact with our hardware. Okay, so when I was saying some features of the operating system, software management, hardware management, right, process management, file management, so everything goes with the, type in the chat box, through the kernel. You can type even k as well. Okay, so you can also use short form now and then. When I say computer, you can see type. Okay, kernel, you can type k as well. Okay, let's make this interactive. Okay guys, perfect, super, thank you so much. Now on top of the kernel, what do we have? We have the cell. On top of the kernel, let me make the bigger image. On top of the kernel, we have the cell. What is the cell? Cell is the user interface of the operating systems. So when we use the GUI or when we use the CLI, so cell is the things that give us that interface. Okay, so this includes command line interpreter, and it helps us to interacting with our kernel through the, okay, through the hardware, through the kernel. Okay, so cell basically provides two things. What? It's provide the CLI and also provide the graphical user interface. Okay, so in the Linux, so there is the genome, KDE. This is the other flavor as well that support the GUI. And here for the CLI, it's also support the different cell. Okay, let me repeat. It supports the different cells. Okay, one of them is the bash script, cell script, corn. Okay, and out of them, bash script is heavily used inside the industry. So let me repeat once again. Cell is very important. Okay. So using the cell, we interact with the hardware through the kernel. Right. So when we use the CLI, what we do? We pass different commands. Right. So these commands use interpreter behind the this. Okay, so there's the different cells. Okay, cell script. Okay, this one is the cell, another is the bash. Okay, we will understand in this section later. So using this cell, we interact with the hardware. Now on top of that, we already know some important part of the operating systems, right? So there is the system utils and there is the application, and the application what we go and install. Okay, so this is the architecture of the Linux operating systems. Okay guys, so far so all clear, all good? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now I see 23 people are in the waiting list. Now imagine, now if they will join, they will be able to understand. They will be always guessing. All right, so it's not hurt people joining on the time. Let me admit them. Okay, guys, this is for you people only. This is not for us. It's not for me. If you don't join on the time, right, you are going to miss a lot. Guys, I have just accepted 23 people. Please, please, please be on time. We have already covered a lot. Okay, now we are just going to guess here. Okay, perfect. Now, what we have covered so far, guys, type in the chat box. What we have covered so far? Operating system. Then we understand Linux operating system. Then we understood what operating system do. Then we understood Linux operating system architecture, right? So we covered four concepts so far, correct? Are you on the same page? Perfect. Now, as we understood architecture of the Linux operating system, now there is different flavor, different distribution of the Linux operating system, and this is also called distro. Now and then you will hear in the industry people will call it as a distro. So what is Linux distribution? Linux distribution is Linux distribution is complete operating system built on Linux kernel. Try to understand. Here, what I was explaining in the Linux architecture, right? Here, if you see, we have the hardware, right? And then on top of that, we have the kernel. So what different community and some company did, they took this kernel and top of this kernel they have used different cells, they used different system utils, and they created the different flavor of operating system, and this is called Linux distribution, Linux distro. Okay, guys, is this clear? Am I making sense? Type MK in the chat box. So whether you are, okay, I'm going to give example of the different distribution. Okay, sorry, different distro, but their kernel is the same. Okay, it didn't matter which distro distribution you are going to use, kernel will be same. Okay, now next obvious question is what is the different distribution, okay, and which of them is widely used inside the industry. So here we have the different distribution used inside the industry, and one of them is the Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu is heavily used inside the industry. Then there is the CentOS stream. Okay, CentOS, and on CentOS, Red Hat, Red Hat is the company, right? So what Red Hat did, Red Hat built the RHEL. They built RHEL. And this is once again widely used inside the industry. Okay. Now, RHEL is paid one. Why do we need paid one? Why a company need to pay when Linux operating system is the free? Any guess? Let me know in the chat box. More stable? No, that's not the case. Okay, exactly, support. Okay, we cannot depend on the community support, right? Community is not sitting all the time free to support you, right? So we need the stable version along with the community support. So that's where a different company selling the enterprise version of the operating system, and one of them is RHEL, and RHEL is heavily used inside the industry. Okay, now what different other operating systems? If you go on the, okay, in the AWS we are going to use Amazon Linux 2. This is got deprecated. We will use Amazon 23. Okay, Amazon Linux 23. Okay, so again Amazon Linux 2 and Amazon Linux 23, this is also built on top of CentOS. Other than that, there is Debian, Fedora, Arch Linux, Kali Linux, SUSE. Okay, so all these are different distribution of Linux operating system. But I said in the industry mostly we'll use these two, and we are also going to use in this training. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now, so this was sort of overview of the Linux operating system and the operating system. Now let's move a little bit up, where as a DevOps engineer, we're going to use a lot. What? Cell. Okay. So we're going to do a little bit deep dive into the cell. So I have already explained what is Linux cell. Linux cell is the prompt. Linux cell is the prompt. This is the text interface for us to run some command, to pass some command and execute it. And it acts as the entry point for the Linux operating system. So if you want to run the any program, if you want to manage the file, or you want to do any configuration, what we do, we use Linux cell. So questions comes, how do we interact with our operating system using Linux cell? So now this is what we are going to understand, and everyone please focus and try to understand. I'm going to tell you very important concept, and I have noticed even experienced people are confused on this concept. So please focus. Please type focus in the chat box. Get rid of all distraction and try to understand. So our servers, Linux servers will be on the cloud, right? And we need to interact with that cloud, right? So when you interact with the Linux operating system in the cloud, so how do we do? We are going to use the Linux cell. Okay. So let's understand this important concept about the Linux cell. Okay. So in the Linux cell looks something like this. Here, try to understand each of these. So this is the user. When you open any Linux cell, so this is the user and this is the host name. So user is username, and then this is the host name of your computer. Okay. Now let me show you my terminal and clear the screen. Guys, please let me in the chat box what is the username here on the terminal. What do you see? Praveen Kumar, exactly. Praveen Kumar is the username. And what is the host name? MacBook Pro, right? So MacBook Pro is the host name. Exactly. You people are right. Let me get rid of it. Okay, so here, as I was explaining, this is the username and this is the host name. What is the host name? Host name is the computer name. Then after that, you will see this sign. The sign is called tilde and then semicolon. Okay, and this basically indicate working directory. Okay, in current case, this is my home directory. Okay, this will be your home directory. So here you see tilde. So this shows your current directory. And after that, here you will see symbol. Here you see the dollar, and you can also see the hash, and it has the different significance. Please try to understand. So hash denotes the regular user, and hash, sorry, dollar denotes the regular user, and hash denotes the super user. What is super user? Means your root user who has elevated permission, who has more permission. Okay. Now this is very important. As I said, why this is important? As a DevOps engineer, you are going to log in into the remote, okay, multiple cloud servers, right? And you will open the multiple terminal. Some command you will be running as a regular user. Some command will be running as a how? Root user, right? Guys, please let's make this session interactive. Okay, some command you will run as a regular user and some command you will run as a root user, right? So it help you to understand whether you are using root user or you are using regular user, right? Because you should not be running a destructive command, okay, on some of the places. You will understand all those things over time. Okay, guys? So far, so I mean, making sense. We are on the same page. Type same page in the chat box. Perfect. Just I'm trying to show you guys something. Okay, anyways, it's not working for me. No problem. Okay, let's go back to the slides once again and let me share my screen. Okay, guys, so this is clear, right? Now, now we understand, okay, operating system, Linux operating system, Linux operating system architecture, and how do we interact, right? Now, we need a Linux operating system, right, to do all the work, correct? Do you guys have the Linux operating system to do all the practice, to learn it? Some people saying yes, some people saying no. But yes, yes, yes. Many people saying yes. Do you have really Linux operating system? But most of you are using the window, right? How many of you are using the window? Type window in the chat box. W in the chat box. Perfect. I see many people are using and some people are also giving the solution. We can use WSL, you can use the virtual box. Yes, both are the solution, but we are going to make sure everyone will be at the same pace. Okay, everyone use the same operating systems. Okay, same Linux operating system. So if you face any problem, we'll be able to help each other, right? Imagine someone is using the virtual box, someone will use the WSL, someone will use the Linux operating system, right? It becomes mess. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to use the same operating system, and for that what we are going to do, we are going to create the Linux operating system. Where, let me explain this. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to create the Linux operating system. Where? In virtual machine. What is virtual machine? Any idea? It's like a computer. Exactly. So what is virtual machine? Virtual machine is like a computer. On your computer, you can use a software to make a multiple computer. Okay. So it's use a technique called virtualizations. Okay. So I don't know if you have used, okay. in the college time, I used to do a lot. Okay, I used to run the multiple operating systems, okay, on my computer. Okay, so what we do, we virtualize it, and this is a different tool. Okay, so that's called virtual machine. So it's exactly as a computer. Okay, when you go in the cloud, so clouds will always give the virtual machine, they don't give the physical computer. So they have the bigger computer, right, bigger servers, and they use the virtualization tool to give you a small computers. So this is virtualized computer. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to, of course, create the Linux operating system as a virtual machine. Now questions comes, where do we create it? So we are going to create this in AWS account. What is AWS? You may already know AWS is the cloud providers. What is AWS? AWS is one of the cloud provider, Amazon Web Services, right? So one of the cloud providers. So on the AWS, we are going to create a virtual machine for the Linux operating system, and to create this, we are going to use a service called EC2, Elastic Cloud Compute, and this is called EC2 instance. Okay, so let me summarize it, guys. So what we are going to do, to make sure we all are on the same page, we are going to create the Linux operating system, Linux virtual machine, where, type in the chat box, in AWS. Okay, and what this is called, this is called EC2. Okay, now try to understand everything. So we are going to understand it in some time. Okay, don't worry. So what we are going to do, we are going to, as I said, create this Linux virtual machine in AWS, and after that we are going to access this from your computer. From your computer, we are going to access this virtual machine. Okay, how do we access? For that, we are going to use a command called SSH. What is SSH? This is system util. Okay, so this is already installed on your operating systems. Okay, so from your computer, from your local computer, okay, didn't matter whether you're using the Mac OS, Windows or Linux. From this computer using SSH connection, you're going to access our remote virtual machine. Okay guys, so far so all clear? All clear? Now, this brings us to the very important things, right? You need to understand AWS. We need to understand how to create AWS account, right? You also need to know something about the EC2 as well, right? Otherwise, you will be confused. Okay. So, let me accept some more people here. Okay. And now we are going to take your attendance. Then I'm going to tell you next step. Anjana, over to you. Guys, other people are sleeping. Why you are not giving your attendance? Okay, perfect. Let's end the attendance now. Okay, I ended the attendance. Okay, guys, if you done your attendance, you are with me, type me in the chat box. Super. Guys, now we need the Linux operating system, right? And for that, you need to understand three concepts. Okay. Now I'm going to give you, you have to watch three videos. Okay. And after that, again, we'll continue our session. Okay. Then we have the demo and all. Okay. So, okay, guys, one things. Now let me give you a bit of the today's plan. I think I have forgot to tell you. So how this is going to be happen this today's session. So I have been covering the theory. Okay, everyone, please type focus in the chat box. Perfect, perfect. Okay. So how is going to be happen? Now I have started the theory, okay? And this is the three concept you need to understand. So you will be watching the three videos. I'm going to give you the link. Then once you finish, again I'm going to continue the theory, okay? Because this three concept it's easy for you to go and watch it, okay? So one concept is about understanding what is AWS account, another is about creating your AWS account, and third is about AWS free tier. Okay, so these important things you need to know. So once we complete that, then again I will continue teaching you. Okay, and after that we are going to take the break. Then your co-mentor, they are going to give the demo of your this week assignment. Okay, and again at the end we have the assignment peer review. Then we will do the champion of the week. So this is the plan. Okay, guys, clear? You know today agenda. Clear, perfect, super. So first video I want you to watch is about AWS account. Okay, so I am sharing link over here, and this is on the YouTube. Okay, so first things, please go ahead and like this video. Okay, then I know you are on the same video. I have shared the link, and this is for the 16-minute video. Okay, so I'm starting the timer for the 16 minute. Please go ahead and like the video so I know you are there. I see there 185 likes are there. It's become 196. What about other people? Please go ahead, open the link. Not this. You are liking my link in the chat box. I'm saying on the YouTube. Okay, guys, go ahead, like the video and start playing. Okay, and again, once you come back, I will have the quiz for you the way we have been doing last time. Okay, time starts. Thank you, guys. See you in the 16 minute. Hey guys, time's up for the first video. Please come back here and type back in the chat box. Guys, shall we do the quick poll? Give me thumbs up. Perfect. Very nice. So now I'm starting the poll. It has a two question. Okay. So please read it and let me know the answer. Can you see the poll? No? No, 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 no. Just give me a moment. Poll result is being shared in the meeting. Okay, let me try once again. You can see now, right? Yeah, there's two question. Everyone, please. Okay, okay, perfect. So I see. So first question was, what is an AWS account? And I see 91% people are right. Okay. So it is like a container, right? Where AWS resources and identity is get created. Some people says the physical data center, not exactly. Of course, behind the scene there is the data center, but AWS account is not the data center. Okay, a tool used only for billing, not exactly. Okay, a single AWS service, not at all. Okay. Second question was, what is AWS service? So correct answer is a product offered by AWS to meet cloud computing needs. Okay, so this is the correct answer. Let me end the poll. Okay, guys, now you can go to the next video. Okay, once again, I'm sharing here. Go ahead and like this. So I know you like this is around the 5 minutes of the video. Okay, even you can watch 1.5x, 1.25x. Okay, so guys, this is in the link. Go ahead and start. I'm setting the timer for the 6 minutes. Guys, please continue and the watch another videos as well. Okay, I'm sharing this link and then we'll do the quiz. Hey guys, time is up. So please come back here. Please type back in the chat box. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to launch the second poll. This is on your screen. Please read it and do let me know. Okay, guys, perfect. So, a question is, why is credit card required when creating AWS account? Okay, so 89% people, you are right. Okay, to pay the cost incurred within the account. So there is AWS free tier, but still if you use the service that is not within the free tier, so AWS is going to charge. Okay, so you have to be mindful, and that's why we have watched another videos what is available in the free tier. Okay, guys, is this making sense, guys? It's very very important. If needed, please watch the last videos multiple times. Okay, so now let me end the poll and let's go to the last poll. Okay, it's very important, guys. Please read it carefully, then submit your answer. Okay, perfect. Now I see the poll from you. Okay, so question is, which statement correctly describe the AWS always free category? So there's three types of the category, right? Please type in the chat box. What are three categories? Yeah, free tier, 12 month, right? Always free. So I'm asking question about the always free. And for that, correct answer is C. Okay. Service remain free as long as users stay within the specific monthly limits. Okay. And I think AWS also did some changes recently. Okay. So that is not for the 12 month. Okay, it's for 6 months, something like this. Okay, so always refer the documentation. Always refer the documentation. Okay, guys. Perfect. Super. Now let me end the poll and let's go to our slide once again. Okay, guys. So these three videos was to make sure you know AWS account, you can create AWS account, and you understand AWS free tier. Now, if you know that, you can go and create your Linux virtual machine, right? Now, are we on the same page? Type same in the chat box. Perfect. Now, let me share my screen once again. You can see my screen, right? Very nice. So, what we have understood where to create our virtual machine, correct? Now, once we create this virtual machine, then we are going to do SSH where from your computer. Now, when you do the SSH, what you are going to do there? You are going to run some Linux command. So there is three types of the commands you are going to run on this EC2 instance. First is basic commands, then advanced command, then shell scripting. You're going to put multiple commands together and then you are going to run it together. Now this is what we are going to follow. Okay, guys. So far so all good, all clear. You understood, right? Why we have did that. Now we are going to do little bit of the deep dive. Okay. Okay. Now let me share my screen once again. So now this is the Linux command different category. As I said, we have the basic, advanced, then the shell script. But what we did, we have created this command in the different category. Okay, and everything's available on the Udemy. You are going to watch. So we will start with the system information, then how to navigate from one folder to another folder, how to operate the file, how to set permission on the file, how to create user and group, then how to edit the text and all, how to process the text, then process management and these others, right? So we have 11 categories you will be running and learning in this Linux section. Okay, guys? But before you run any command, you need to understand one important things. Okay, so let's start from there. So to run a command, there is the syntax, and this syntax you need to understand, because what I have seen people used to confused. Okay, please, it looks very simple. Okay, and as I said, even I have seen the experienced people, they always get confused. Okay, so some basic things we always overlook, so it's important for us to understand. So let's try to understand this. Okay, how this command looks like and what is the syntax of it. So here, when you run any command, then this command has the three part. First is the command itself. What is this command? Command is the action to perform. Then you can pass the option. So we have the command, then you can pass the option. What is the option? Modify the behavior of the command. So one command can do the different work. So if you want to change some of the behavior, then you can pass some option. I'm going to show you the example. And then you can also pass the additional inputs, and this is called argument. So how this looks like? This looks like this. Okay, let me change this. This will looks like this. Okay, so we will have our command, then we are going to pass the option, then we are going to use the argument. Okay, now let's understand this with the example. Okay, you can see my screen, right? What do you see on my screen? Type in the chat box. Terminal. Perfect. Now here I'm typing echo DMI. Okay, hit the enter. Right? What we see? DMI got printed. Here tell me what is the command? In whole, what is the command? Echo is the command. Right? And what is the argument? Exactly. DMI is the argument, right? And here we can pass some options, right? Let's say -n. This is argument and this is the new line. Okay. So you press this. So it's going to delete the here space from that. Okay. So basically this is not new line. Okay. This is on the same lines. So it's deleted the new line after this. You see here, right? There's a clear new line and here is no new line. Okay, so here this is the option. Okay guys, now you know this very well, correct? No confusion? Type NF in the chat box if you don't have any confusion. Now let me give you the different example. Okay, and here again I want to know from you what is the command and what is the option and what is the argument. Please read it carefully and do let me know. What is the command here? SSH. Exactly. What is the option here? -I. Very good. And what is the argument? Awesome guys. Super. No, PIM is not the argument. Okay. PIM is the for the option. Okay. You are right. For the -I, this is the option, right? For option, we are passing the argument. Okay. But this is the actual argument. User at the rate public IP. Correct? Very nice. Now guys, tell me what exactly we are doing with this command. What exactly we are doing with this command? Login. Exactly. We are remote. We are doing logging to the our remote server. Right? We are logging to our remote server. Everyone, please try to understand. This is very important. I have seen a student always get confused here. Okay. So try to understand. Again, I'm going to ask some question over here. Now, using this command, we are going to do SSH to the remote server, right? Now here, what is the, okay, when you are going to log into the remote server, then you need to use some user, right? If you need to log into my X computer, so I need the username. If you need to log into any remote server, you need the computer name, right? So what is the what is the user, sorry, we need the computer name and then we need the username as well, right? So in this command, which one is the username? It's very easy, right? You already see the username, right? So what could be this username? Give me some example. Parveen Kumar, right? It could be root, it could be Ubuntu, it could be EC2 instance, Exactly. Love you guys. You guys are very smart. Thank you so much. It could be admin. Yes, you are right. So when you log into the remote server, so first thing first, what you need? You need the username, right? Because you need the user who is want to log in, correct? Then when you are logging to the any server, you also need name of that server, right? You need to log into someone, right? Somewhere. You need the name of that server. So what is name of that server? What is unique identifier of that server? IP, public IP. Exactly, guys. Perfect. Super. Now, this is the unique identifier of that server, right? So using this name on this server, I am logging, right? Using command called SSH. Well, now how this server will identify right person is logging to me? How server will identify? We need the key, right? If I need to log in, get into any house, I need the key, right? So that's where you see here we are passing PAM key, right? So this is the unique key to access this server. Okay, guys, this server. Okay, guys, am I making sense? Type MK in the chat box and trust me, if you understood this, great work. I have always seen people get confused over here. Okay, so when you are logging to the any server, make sure you know the username, give the right username, make sure you're using the right IP or name of the server. Okay, then also you're using the right key. What is the key? How do we get the key? We are going to explain in the moment using the demo. Okay, now one another things I always see a student get confused, especially if you use window machine. SSH works very well from the Mac and the Linux machine. But I know many of you are using the window machine, right? So window machine SSH will not work out of box. So what you need to do for that, you will use a another tool, and this tool is called Git Bash. So what is Git Bash? Git Bash is a tool. Git Bash is a tool that gives you the flavor of, it will give you the flavor of Linux operating system. Okay, so instead of, okay, so what you will do, okay, you need to install the Git Bash on your window machine. It's very simple. Okay, let me quickly show you. So let me get the browser. Anyways, this also explained in the course as well. Okay, install Git Bash on window. So let me share my screen quickly. Okay, here type Git Bash on the window. Okay, open the first link. Okay, window operating system, download based on your hardwares. You are using x64 or ARM64. Click it, download it, do click, 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 and it will get installed for you. Okay, it's very simple. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type capital good in the chat box. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you so much. Thank you, 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 thank you. Okay. Okay, guys, what I have been teaching so far, everything is available in your LMS. Where is your LMS? On Udemy, exactly. Okay, everything is available there. But what I was trying to do here, I was giving you the helicopter views so you really know what we are going to cover in this week. Okay, and from now we are going to demo all your assignments, and while doing the assignments demo, we are also going to explain the theory as well. Okay, so from tomorrow when you sit, so again you watch all videos. Okay, assignment demo we are going to do, see, as much as we complete, we have the, I think, 6 assignment this week. Okay, so we're going to start from the first assignment. Also they are going to explain. So this will be done by your one of the co-mentor, Joy. So Joy, you are here. Guys, is this still raining in the Nigeria? Yes. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot from yesterday. There is raining a lot. There is a power outage. Joy, I cannot see her. No, she is
Joy
here.
is here.
I
I
think she
think she
dropped.
can't unmute.
Yeah, yeah. I need to make her the co-host because I made the co-host. She was on the top. Then, okay, now she's co-host.
Okay, I'm fine now. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, this is Linus Weeks, and it's a very interesting one because when you talk about DevOps, you cannot do without Linux as an operating system. So I'm going to walk you through your assignment step by step. This is not just about are you doing the assignment. I'm going to be explaining what is happening. When I run any command, I will tell you what this command is. You see the output so that everything will be very clear to you. So let me share my screen and then we'll begin. All right. Please give me a reaction if you can see my screen so that I'll know that I am quite visible. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start with an overview. Let's pick our assignment from the LLM here. Before you start this assignment, I want to encourage you to try to watch these videos because these videos are created in such a way that there is a progression. You start with understanding what a Linux operating system is. You learn how to configure it before you meet me down in the assignment session. So all of this will provide you a guide, teach you what you need to know before you start your assignment. So don't just rush into doing assignment. Start with watching the videos and then you start. All right. So looking at the assignment here, so the assignment here is likely going to take you about 20 to 30 minutes. What I'm going to do is just to show you how to create an AWS free tier account because most of our deployment, most of the things that we're going to be working on would be done in AWS platform. So everyone, I know that a lot of people here already have an AWS account, but for those who do not have an AWS account, this is the reason that we are starting from here. So you're going to learn how to create your own AWS account. And then once you do that, we can now launch a virtual machine and start working. So creating a virtual machine can just take you about 20 to 30 minutes. It's no biggie and it's not difficult. It's something that if you can read, you should be able to do it. Then next, why are we doing this assignment? The objective. It says, in this assignment, you will create and verify an AWS free tier account. These assignments helps you to understand AWS account setup and free tier basics used in real cloud environment. Most organizations that you're going to work in would be hosting their infrastructure in AWS. And most of your work would require you to create an IAM user, launch an AWS, launch an EC2, create S3 buckets, use EKS. So you really have to understand every intricate part of AWS. And it starts with creating your own account. And you might even be creating different kinds of account for your organization. So pay very close attention to this. Now, imagine that Epic Reads, an online bookstore, is moving to the cloud. As a new DevOps engineer, you need an account, an AWS account, to run upcoming labs. Your manager expects you to demonstrate an understanding of AWS free tier and provide proof that your setup is complete. So this is, like I've said, this is a likely situation that may happen. You may be told in your organization to do this. So let's get into it. So by the end of this demonstration, you should have been able to create a free tier account. You should be able to understand AWS account structure and console access. And then you should be able to have verified your AWS account and show us proof. So before you start assignment, please make sure you go through all this. You're expected to go through the rules so that you can get your assignment correct. Now we'll start from task 1. The first thing to do is to have a clear understanding of what AWS free tier is. And then I'll take you step by step on how to create it. At the end of the day, you will write your understanding of this before we move to the practical part. All right. So like the video that you just watched about creating an AWS account, we know that AWS is one of the most popular cloud platforms out there. This is because most companies host their infrastructure in AWS. So that makes it very imperative for you to know how to create this account. So what do we do? My first question would be understanding. Now, the reason that we are emphasizing on free tier is because all AWS services are not free. Most of them you pay as you go. So for we in our labs, we are going to try to make sure that the expenses you're going to incur are very much limited. That's why we'll start with a free tier account. If there is any reason for you to upscale your account later, we would let you know. But for this point, at this point, a free tier account offers the services that we need. And so what is AWS account? An AWS account is a unique identity created by an individual or organizations to access AWS cloud services. It gives the user a login and a billing profile to provision and manage cloud resources such as EC2 instance, S3 buckets, ECR repositories, and others. So having an AWS account is going to give you access to all AWS features, but a free tier is limited though. So you can create an individual account like we're about to, or you may be mandated to create an account for your organization. So if you are going for the free tier, then you have to understand why we are doing that. So for us in DMI here, you can do a lot of documentations, but if you're not doing practical, if you're watching videos and you're not practicalizing anywhere, you've not been able to encounter a real cloud environment, you only know everything in theory or what you have seen in tutorials, your knowledge is quite incomplete. So the AWS free tier allows us to play around. Now you can deploy EC2, configure it, make mistakes, figure out your errors, and then learn in the process. So this is why we are starting from this point. The next one is, what is the free tier and how long does it last? When you go through the documentation, you will see that AWS would give, once you sign up in the recent account, you get $100 credit. And then there are certain services that you're supposed to perform, certain acts you're supposed to perform to give you the remaining $100. And this $100 can last you up to 6 months. So practically our course is going to take within 6 months. So this should be enough. And then Name 3 AWS services included in the free tier and specify how much usage is available for free. We have the S3 bucket. You should have encountered S3 bucket by now because the agentic AI that you deployed, I'm sure that you deployed it through S3 bucket. S3 bucket allows you to host static websites. So it gives you a free 5G standard storage. S3 bucket is a storage facility where you store things, where you deploy things like static websites. So AWS will give you a 5 GB of standard storage. You can get about 20,000 GET requests. So most people actually, you can use this S3 bucket to host your own private portfolio website. That's way, you utilize this. And then the EC2 is also free, which is the one we are going to be using now. This is EC2 is your virtual machine, your server. So we are going to be utilizing this. And then we have the DynamoDB, which is also another a kind of database service. It is also free. So these are one of the 3 services. These are some of the 3 services that are free within the AWS environment. Now let's start with the account creation. So I'm going to try to show you to do a little bit of trying to sign up. I'm not going to do the complete sign up because I already have an AWS account. But this guide here provides you everything that you need to know about creating an account. The very first thing you're going to do is to go to AWS website here. You look at this. Once you visit, you'll see, let's try to go there. Okay, so this is the AWS official. Oh, can anyone hear me? It looks like. Oh, please give me a reaction if you can hear me. I want to be sure that I'm not speaking to myself.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And very clear. It's going very well.
Okay, thank you, sir. This is AWS console here. If you look at this place, you will see contact us, AWS Marketplace, support my account. If you already have an account, to populate it here. So create an account from this point. Here we are going to be creating a free account. And when you create a free account, you get a $20 credit. $100 first, and then when you deploy an EC2, they'll add extra 20. When you create billing alerts, they'll give you another 20. I think there are about 4 or 5 services that you create to get your complete 200 credits. So we create a free account. So this brings you to account creation page here, where you need to sign up using your credentials. Now, I want to specify that if you want to create an AWS account, you must use an email address that has not been associated with AWS before. If you've had an AWS account and registered with a particular email, if you try to register, AWS would not accept it. So if you don't have a free email, it's very easy. Just sign up a new email address and we get going. So let's try to fill. See, I have a couple of stuff here. Okay, so account name. Why? Okay, my name. And then I have a lot of email address. Okay, email addresses. All right, let's see. All right. Okay, so I have an email address here. What's missing here? Yeah, my keyboard is giving me issue. Sorry, one sec until I figure that out. Don't mind me. My keyboard has been acting up since yesterday. I don't have the time to figure that out now. Okay, so, all right, so I have my email, then it will ask me to verify the email. I think this email is associated already, but let's see. So I have to enter this verification to be 26Z. I hope it's correct. All right, so it brings me here to this page and it wants me to confirm by checking my email to receive a code. So I'm gonna check to see if I got any code from AWS. 1 second. Oh yes, I do have that. Okay, unfortunately, this email is already associated with an AWS account, so it's only asking me to sign into my originally created account. So I'm gonna leave here and go back to this documentation. I think it's good enough for us. So if you look here, like I mentioned before, you create a new account. And once that is done, it takes you to this part where I just came out from. You have my name registered, you have my email address, and then I verify it. So once you've verified this, you receive a code from AWS in your email. That verification would certify that this email is not associated with any other AWS account. So the next one is you fill in your AWS your account, your credentials. So you enter your name. This must not be your real name. It can be whatever name that you choose. You enter your organization. It's optional, but I choose to have mine. Then you enter your phone number, your country, and then your home address. Then once you've done that, you move on to the next one. Very important. Now we have a free plan and we also have a paid plan. For the purpose of DMI and the labs will be running, a free plan is good enough for us. Here you receive 200 credit. You get to use some free AWS services. You have, okay, so these and many other things you get. So choose this one. Once you have chosen this, the next thing is to add your billing account. It will take you to this page where you have to enter your credits. You choose a country, you enter your credit card, then the expiration date, and then you wait for it to authenticate you. So when you click on this, a $1 bill is going to be taken out from your account. But that $1 is just to be sure to authenticate you that the credit card you submitted to AWS is not invalid or not expired or anything. So once they take that $1, they will return it back after some minutes. Now, this is a very important part. Creating a level of security for your AWS account. Now, remember that your organization or you yourself would be creating a lot of infrastructure in AWS. That would be where you will host your websites, you will hold your EKS, you will host so many things. So it becomes very important for you to make sure that your account is protected. And there are 3 levels of security that you can do. You can use a passkey, you can use Authenticator app, you can create a token. Look at the one I highlighted here. Choose Authenticator app. You just go to Google's Play Store or Apple Play Store and download an authenticator. Once you download the authenticator, you have your email address to sign into the authenticator. Once that is done, the very email address you used in your AWS account, you use it to sign into Authenticator app. Once that is done, it will prompt you to scan a QR code. The QR code is going to link your email address to your AWS account to your authenticator. And once you do that, anytime you want to log into your AWS account, you enter your email address, you enter your password, and then you authenticate using the Authenticator app. These are 3 levels of security to help you protect your account and the resources within your account. So once you've passed this part, it will take you to AWS console. I think I have my AWS console here. So it will take you to this part. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. So this is my account information. I've already exhausted my credit. Here you see your credits here. You see your account information, your name and all that. From here, you know that you are now in AWS. You are now in AWS console. You have your own account. You have all your stuff set up. In here, you have access to so many things. This is AWS EC2. You have access to S3 buckets. You have access to S3 buckets. Anything that you want to find, any services you want to find in AWS, you don't have to run around. Just come to the search bar, type whatever you want to do. Let's say you're looking for ECR, that's Elastic Container Registry. You find it here. If you're looking for IAM, you just type it in here, you find your IAM. So once you create your account, I want to encourage you to explore the AWS interface. Just go around your account, look at the services that AWS have to offer, because as we go deeper into our DMI courses, you're going to be using a lot of services. IAM will become your friend, S3 buckets, you're going to be using a lot of services. So once your account is created, don't stop there. Look around, go around, check what is the content, just look around, play around the services, and you get to get yourself familiarized with this. So I think that concludes our assignment 1. So creating your AWS account. Now I want to show you something. In case you are trying to set this up and you're not able to do that, if you look at this solution document, I'm sure that you're going to have access to it. You look at this tab here, you see an overview. You see here, step-by-step solution. This is everything that you're supposed to follow to create this. You come here to references. So these references, if there is anything you do not understand, we took our time to give you extra resources that you can find. You go to AWS free tier overview, you click on this link, it will give you more information regarding AWS free tier account. If you're having confusion with creating your account, there is a guide. This is the document that will take you there. Let's see if we can go there. So this will analyze your cost and usage with AWS Cost Explorer. You go through the documentation, read it, and then you get an understanding of what you are doing. So make sure that you use this reference point if there is any issue you're having. And then you come down here, we have the demo video here. If there is anything that in the course of trying to do it and you're not getting it right, you're throwing up errors, you can refer to this video. You click on it, there is a guided demo for it. And the ones that I'm doing right now is recorded, so you can always refer to it. And then this last part, error handling and troubleshooting. Now, we took our time to predict the errors that you're likely to encounter when you're trying to create your account. The first error, this one, may be that your email is already associated with an AWS account, which I had mentioned earlier. So you likely get this in your email or get this on the dashboard. If you get this error message, this is the root cause. I already explained it here. Your email has been used before. How do you solve this problem? You follow these steps. You try to log into the original AWS account you have, or you try to do a forget password. There is an option to do that. AWS will send you an email to confirm if the account really belongs to you. And if it do belong to you, then you have an opportunity. They will give you a guide on how to create new account. Once you do that, you should be able to log into your existing account. Then another thing that you can do is to use an entirely new email. Look at it here. Use a different email, unused email address to create a new account. More issues. If you're having an issue with payments, because a lot of people are going to come back and say, oh, I'm trying to pay, it's not working and all that. This may be an authorization issue, and this might be the error that you get. We could not verify your payment method. Please try again with a different card. So the solution is already there. Get another card and try. So what do? You check if you are allowed to do an online transaction. You confirm that your card is valid, or you try a different account. So this place should be your friend. Throughout this Linux week, you're going to be having this error and troubleshooting. You're going to be having these references. Do not just focus on the assignments alone. Utilize all this, use this, and you'd be able to solve at least 80 to 90% of the errors you're going to encounter. So, like Sir Pravin would say, give me a thumbs up, please, if you are following me. Let me know that I'm completely not alone in this. All right. Okay, so I'll take you back to, thank you. I'll take you back to Udemy, and then we'll continue. This one, we are going to do a real work. All right. Now, this is Linux. Like it was mentioned during the helicopter time view, the Linux operating system is very fundamental to almost everyone, because most organizations, most companies host their resources using that operating system. So doing this assignment here will give you idea. There are two things you're going to learn here. You will learn how to use a virtual machine. It's not just about deploying this and making it go live. You're going to learn how to set up a virtual machine. You're going to learn about permissions. You're going to learn about Nginx web servers. There are a lot of things that you're going to learn here. So in the next 60 minutes here, we are going to be working on this step by step. And like I mentioned before, I will be explaining it. Now look at our objective. In this assignment, you will deploy a React app on an Ubuntu VM. Now the word here is Ubuntu and virtual machine. This is a Linux distro. This is an operating system that we are going to be using here, and we're going to serve it with a web server called Nginx. So once we start, I'll be explaining further. Now, this assignment is going to help you understand real-world Linux user setup, React build deployment, and web server configuration. Now, imagine that an online bookstore is migrating to the cloud. You, as a DevOps engineer, you're responsible for deploying a web application to cloud servers. Your manager expects you to deploy a React application on an Ubuntu VM and provide proof that it is accessible via public IP with your own personalized details. So what this simply means is that we are moving to the cloud right now. You may have your applications created and the code is working. When a developer sends you a source code on GitHub, you go to GitHub, you get the source code, you come clone it into your machine, and somehow they claim that it is working. But once it's in your machine, only you have access to it. You can try to use Docker to deploy it locally, sorry. And when you do that, you can access it by yourself through the local host. But you will not be, no other person can be able to access it. That application doesn't solve real problem. But once we take it to the cloud, deploy it, and the people can access it using the public IP address, that is when it becomes a real application. So we are going to be doing that. Take a source code from GitHub and then deploy it step by step, get a public IP address. And in the course of doing that, we'll be learning Linux and we'll also be exploring the AWS account that we just created. So by the end of this assignment, you'd be able to provision and configure an Ubuntu EC2 instance for hosting web application. You will be able to install and manage Node.js, and then you configure in Nginx all in a Linux environment. And then we'll also deploy and serve a production-style single-page application, SPA, using Nginx. The reason I'm reading all this is, before you start any assignment, you have to understand what you're doing. Okay, what is this assignment about? What do I need to learn? Apologies for that, that's electricity. So you have to understand what the assignment is about, the rules that you need to follow. It's not just about, oh, comment, I've done all my assignments and still I'm at the bottom of the leaderboard. Okay, fine, that may be the issue. But did you follow the rules? So please go through this. The prerequisite is, what are we going to be needing to create this? We'll need an Ubuntu running machine, which we are going to work together and deploy. Then you just have to apply knowledge of Linux command. I'm going to be explaining that while I run them. Then you have access to internet, and then your AWS free tier account. So this is what you're going to use. All of these parts, I'll be explaining it while we work on it. All right. So if we are good, so we would be going to the cloud to create an AWS account. So let me take you back here. We'll go to step by step. This is my reference point. Okay, this is assignment 1. So let me find assignment 2. Sorry, 1 second. Ooh, destroy. I thought I had this opened. Sorry, 1 sec. I'll be back. Okay, so I just want to find my documents and then I'll share my screen again. Okay.
Joy, we can see your screen. We're still
Oh,
sharing
really?
your
I
screen.
thought I was sharing. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. All right, so I have what I'm looking for. So this is for assignment 2. We are going to be deploying a React application. Okay. So I already talked about the assignment overview here. This should take you about 60 minutes to do. We're going to be using AWS and Linux. And then the assignment is to deploy a React app on Ubuntu. So I have the solution guide here, but you and I are going to do it together. So this is our reference point. So this will contain your questions and steps on how to do it. You already know how this works. So let me go to my AWS account. So my AWS account, I'm already logged in. So it's very simple to do. Once you just go and input your email address, your password, and authenticator, you're good. So I come to the search bar here where I type in EC2. So I'll go to EC2 dashboard. This is taking a little bit of time. Just give it some more time. Okay, we are here. So we launch an instance here. This is EC2 instance. Just click on here, launch instance. Then to ask you whether you want to watch a video or tour around, I already told you to do that in your own spare time. So we launch without a walkthrough. So this is the EC2 instance. I would just want to mention again that EC2 instance is your virtual machine. The same way you have your local laptop, your local machine where you do all your work. Now, this local machine belongs to only you. Your EC2 gives you an opportunity to create a machine in the cloud. So in this machine, once you create it, you can host it and people can have access to whatever content you deployed in it. So the very first thing to do is to launch our EC2 instance. So we have the first place is to give your instance a name. So since we are deploying a React app, so I'm just going to call it React app EC2. Okay, so I come down here. Now I have to select the operating system that I want to use, my AMI image. If you look at here, there is Windows here. We have the Red Hat, we have the SUSE Linux, we have the Mac OS, we have the Amazon Linux. So for this demonstration, we are going to be using Ubuntu because Ubuntu is lightweight and very easy to use. So you just click on it to select it and give it some time to load. So now that it's selected, if you see here, you see free eligible tier. This is the one we are going to be using because the EC2, like has been mentioned, is free. And when you do that, look at this place, Ubuntu server will give us, this is the version that we are going to be using. So once you select it, you have it here. And then we come down, the instance type is a T3 micro. This volume is more than enough for our services, and it's also free. If you look at it here, this is what you should be getting: 2 vCPU, 1 GIB memory, and then a current generation. So this is new. So the free tier is enough. There are still other ones. There are still instances that you can look at, other ones that you can, but the free tier is more than enough. So we're going to use this one, keep it like this. Then we come to a very important aspect, which is the key pair login. The same way that when you get your phone, you enable fingerprint, you enable password, you're doing all of that to be able to protect your device. But beyond protecting your device, this key pair gives you authority to authenticate. Let's say when you create this EC2, if you want to use an SSH service, maybe you want to use Git bash, or you want to use your terminal on your local system, to authenticate that the EC2 instance belongs to you, you need to create a key. So this key becomes very important. That is why when you create this key, you must make sure that you know the location where this key is. By default, when you download this key will just go to your download, your local machine, just go to your download folder and stay there. If for whatever reason you moved the key from your download to somewhere else, you need to know where that key is, because it's going to be important as we deploy this project. So you click on create a key pair, you give it a name. I can call it React key. So this is the only thing you need to fill, just the name. Don't touch any other thing. Leave it at .perm. This is for open SSH. This one is for pretty. So we are using open SSH. So just leave this. The only configuration you're doing is just to give it a name, and then you create a key. So I will not be creating a new one because I have a key already. So I want to use this one, Epic Read React. So I select it here. Then I come to another very important part, which is the networking. When we get to AWS Cloud as a module or as a topic, where you're going to be learning the intricate parts of AWS services, you're going to learn the networking part. Without going into details, you know what networking does for you. The networking part is what allows your device to communicate with other devices, either to communicate with the services within your VPC. Your VPC is your virtual private cloud, which is once you create your account, the next thing to do, you must have a VPC. This VPC, like I said, is virtual private cloud, where all the resources that you're creating would be within your private cloud. So this VPC is the foundation. I'm not starting with this VPC yet. I'm going to use the one that is already created, because during AWS week, you're going to learn how to create the VPC and how to get all your resources within your VPC, and why it is important to have VPC as your foundation. But for now, we're going to leave that for AWS. But just know that in the networking, I'm going to look at this here. Auto IP address is disabled. This is one of the issues that a lot of people will come back and say, oh, I created my machine, it doesn't have IP address. In the video you watch and the helicopter view, you learn that the IP address is how you are able to connect and locate or connect over the internet to your virtual machine. It's just like when you build a house. Only you know your address. You know where you live. But if someone needs to visit you, what do you provide to the person? Your home address. Through that home address, they will find you. That's what a public IP address is. This is how anyone visiting the resources in your virtual machine can be able to reach it, through a public IP. If you leave this as disabled, once this virtual machine is created, it will not have a public IP. So what do? You toggle on this, edit. Here, you're allowed to select your VPC. So I have a VPC I'm going to use. I'll use this one, Epic Read. I select it here. And then once you select it, the resources, like I said, AWS is going to explain this more, but use all the defaults. You already have the default VPC. If you click here, you see a default VPC. You use it. It will come with its own subnet. So I'm going to use my own VPC. Then look at this place, enable and disabled. So you just toggle on enable to give it a public IP address. And now the security. Your EC2 instance, let's talk about security group briefly. Now, when we talk about security here, security is what allows your services to be protected. Now, the security group, when you create a virtual machine, you need to connect your virtual machine through SSH. So you have to enable the SSH security rule, which says, allow my machine to connect, allow my virtual machine to be connected locally through this SSH. So you allow that. And then the IP address where the users can visit or the resources or can visit your virtual machine or the websites that you have created, that you have launched. The only way they can access it is if there is an authorization. So that security creates like a bridge. Look at it from this angle. You build a house, you buy a land. That land becomes your VPC. Inside that land, you build different apartments. 2, 3 apartments, that becomes your subnet. The VPC is your own private cloud, your own private land that you have bought. Inside that land, you have the right to build things inside it. Other smaller network, that becomes your subnet. So those subnets are smaller. There are smaller networks, secure networks within your VPC. So we have a subnet created already. Then your VPC needs to be protected. The items or the resources within your VPC needs to be protected so that users may not be able to access it or may be able to access it depending on the security level that you created. So I have 2 security group here created. But like I said, you're using a default VPC. So this one will be selected already. In this security group, I'll show you later during the inbound rule. So we pick this one, which already allows HTTP and allows you to connect SSH. But I will show you during inbound rule so that I can understand it better. So we select my own. We leave every other thing as it is because this volume is okay for us to use. No other configuration is necessary. What do? We launch our EC2 here. So we just wait a minute for our virtual machine to launch. And then I just click on this to take me to my virtual machine. Now, if you look at this side here, everything regarding your EC2 instance is here. So if you click on this place, here, instances, you will see all the instances that you've created already. I have about 2 other running instances. Look at the one that we created now. Look at this place, status check. If this thing, my EC2 is still initializing. If I try to log in now, I may or may not be able to log in. So you have to wait to get this 3/3 check pass. It will just take like a few minutes, maybe a minute or some seconds. So once it turns 3/3, then we'll come back. You can be able to connect. It's the instance is running already. This is our instance type. Now, this is important. When we enabled our public IP, this is the public IP address, but I'll show you from a better angle. So I click on this. Now, this is the detail, the configuration of my EC2 instance. So this is the instance ID here. This is the public IP address. This public IP address is where we can, this is how you can connect to this machine from, where you can reach this machine rather from the internet. This is your private IP address. This is just the address that allows you, this machine, to talk to other services within your VPC. So this is your private address. Users do not have access to this. So here, our host name is, this is our IP. This, we hosted this in EU Central, sorry. And then this is our VPC, our subnet. There's no IAM role yet. So everything you need to know about your machine is on the services. So let's go back and see if our EC2 has completed all the checks. So you just reload your page here. Let's see. Yeah, so this is complete now. So we've successfully created an EC2 instance. So let me take you to our solution guide again. So from what I've demonstrated to you here, I've been able to create an EC2 instance. Now, from this view, because I already have my EC2 configured, my security group configured, I didn't have to show you, but let's look at it from this point, and then I will show you again from the EC2 instance, because this is very important. Some of the errors that some of you will run into will be from security configuration. You might say something like, I've deployed my application, but when I reload it, I'll see 404 error. Or I'll see this type of error. Or I'm trying to log into my EC2 from my terminal, it's not connecting. This might be one of the issues here. If you look at my screenshot, you'll see that while I was creating the security group, these are some levels of security. This one says, allow SSH traffic from. This would help you to connect your instance. And then I enabled it to connect from anywhere, not just from my IP. Then the next one is to allow HTTP from the internet, not HTTPS, HTTP. Once you enable these two rules, one, you'd be able to connect your instance through your terminal. And then two, when you finally launch your website or your application, users over the internet can be able to access it. If you do not check this box, even if all configurations are correct, if any user wants to get into your EC2, they'll hit a firewall restriction because you've not enabled this rule to allow people get to use your application. And then if you don't check this one as well, you would not be able to connect to your instance. So that's why it's very important. And I've shown you how to do it. So once you're connected, let's go back and then see how to connect to our instance. Okay, so our instance is ready here. So I click here to select, see I have many instances here. I select which one that I want to connect to. So there are two ways that you can connect your instance to your terminal for your deployment. I will show you the two different ways. The first one is to connect directly from EC2 from AWS console. So you click here, AWS has their own CLI, so you can just use it. You click here, click connect. It will take you to this page. You come down here, you connect. So we'll just give it some time and see whether it will take us to the AWS CLI. All right. So look at it here. Look at the name here, Ubuntu. Ubuntu is the host name. Look at our IP address. Look at our IP address here, the public IP address and the private IP address. This is the name of my EC2 instance. So right now, I've connected to my EC2 instance here. So I can now start working on my virtual machine. If this is the method that you want to use and connect your instance, it is totally fine, but there is another method that you can use as well. So we're going to look at that too. So I'll go out of this page. Yes, okay. So I go to my instance again. Now this is my EC2 instance. I want to be very sure that I am on the right one. So I go to instances here. And then I find this is the instance I want to connect to. So I click on it. I say the same thing, connect, but this time around I will not be connecting. So you navigate to SSH client. So we're going to be using SSH clients here, which might either be, we can use Git bash. I'm going to be using Git bash for this deployment. So Git bash, and then this is how I'll connect. Now look at, there are two things I want you to note here. The very first one is this command, chmod 400. I'm going to explain when we get there. And then the second one is this SSH command. Now, when you want to connect to your EC2 instance, these are the two things that you need. Now the key that you created while we're creating the instance, we created a key perm. That key perm is what is going to authenticate us and allow us to connect our EC2 instance to the terminal on our local machine. So this key is very important. Now, but having this key is not the only thing that will allow you to connect to your instance. This key has permissions, like it's things what we call key permission rather, or permissions. Every file has those permissions. So when you're watching your video, when you get to that part where you talk about file permission, take your time to learn how to give permissions and how to retrieve permissions, because that may be part of the job that you would do when you start working on the field. Now look at this command chmod. Okay, let's connect first and then I can do that. So I'm going to copy this, then I open my git bash. Okay, so look at my path here. I'm doing cd dot, dot. What I did was, when you use the cd command, you're using it to navigate in between folders and files. The cd means change directory. If you look at this place, you see that I was inside the downloads before, but I wanted to go back to my roots. So the cd, which is change directory, is the command that would allow you to move around. Now you can use cd and then put the, you can input the file that you want to navigate into. But because I am moving back, cd dot takes you one level up to where you're going. So I'm going back to the roots because I want to start from the beginning. Now, my path here is in the roots, but where was my key? When I created my key perm, the key got downloaded straight into my download folder. So let's see if the key is there. What do? I do cd. I don't like to run blindly, so I like to do ls. So ls shows me the content of all the folders within my local system. And so this is the download folder here. Here it is. So I'll go into it by running cd downloads. Now, I want to mention something because these are some of the issues that a lot of people are going to have. If I type cd downloads here and run the command, my path will change to cd download. But let me go back one level, cd dot dot. I'm back to the roots. Now imagine I run cd downloads. Sorry, excuse me. So cd downloads, some interface would not take this small letter. That's what I was trying to show you, that you need to make sure that you are typing correctly. Most of the errors you have will keep you stuck simply because of error in spelling errors. So you have to be very careful of that. So now that I'm in my download, I need to locate my key perm, because for you to be able to log into your EC2, you must have your key available, and you will log in from the folder where your key perm is. So I'll do ls-la. If I run this command, these are all the things that I have within these download folders. I'm explaining this because we are talking about Linux, and file permission and files are one of the fundamental things that you must learn as a DevOps engineer. Now, look at this part. The first part says, when you run ls, you will see the things that you have within your folder. Let me show you ls. The views are, these two views are different. This one simply lists everything that I have within my downloads folder. But this lists the things that I have and the permissions. It shows you who owns them. It shows who owns them, when it was created, the time, just more details. But what I wanted to mention are two things. The first one is ensure that your key, you know where your key is. Look at my key here. Epic read-react.perm. This is my key perm. Then my key has this permission. Read, write. Okay, the permissions are divided into three. If you look at it, you see there's a first hyphen RW, then R and R. Now I want to change the key permission to CH mode 400. Remember this. This command says change mode 400 here. This 400 represents something. Now every file has permissions. But because this is a private, this key is very important. You must give restrictions to who has access, who can use this key. So these permissions are represented by numbers. When those numbers are read, okay, first of all, there are 3 levels of permission: read, write, and execute. The read, write, and execute are represented with letter R. R is read, W is write, and X is execute. Okay, let's look at this one has that because read, read, write, and execute. If there's a letter here which gives you either a hyphen, a D, which shows you it's a directory, or a hyphen is a file, and all that. So this read, write, and execute are the permissions that you can give. And there are 3 levels of permission, where the permission given by the owner, permission by group, and permission by others. So you have to, when you're watching your videos, you learn more details about it. Now, the owner gets the first level of permission: read and write, no execute. The reason execute is represented by X here. The reason that there's no X, let's look at our key here. This is our key. Our key has read, write for the owner. Now, one permission is missing, which is X, execute. That is a permission given to a program. This is not a program, this is a file. It's not executable. So it only has read and write, which gives you permission to be able to read this key and write. But this is read and write. You'll be able to change it, modify it. That's what the write means. Then for group, you also learn that while watching the video. Group is once a user is created, that user belongs to a group. So that group has a write permission, and then others also has rights. But this is not the right permission for this key, because this key authenticates you to your AWS. So people within your group may not have the right, nobody should have a right to rewrite, to modify this key perm. And also, others should not also have the right. The right thing should be only read, then 000. That's why we have the 400. R, when you go through it, you see how those are represented in numbers. Read, I think it's 2 + 2 + 1. We'll just check the details later. So this gives you, once you change this permission, sorry, I'm gonna clear my screen a bit. Okay, so remember that I have copied this key, right? I have it in my clip. Okay, I don't have it. CH mode. Sorry, give me a minute. All right, so I copy this key, this command here, to change the permission of the key. But this may not, this command may not really work for all operating systems. This CH mode 400 is a permission for Linux operating system. If you run this for Windows, it may not work. The key may not change. If you run it might likely not change. But if you're on something like WSL, which is a subsystem for Linux, the permission would change. But nonetheless, Git Bash allows us to connect through SSH. So whether this changes or not, it's still going to work. So you run this command here. There's no error, no outputs, no errors. So we run ls-la to see, we're supposed to confirm if this permission changed. But because, where's my React ls? Okay, yeah, this is it. So this is supposed to change to r dash. But because this is not a Linux OS, it's not going, this CH400 is not going to work. So I will try to log into my, so I copy this command here, and then we'll come back to Git Bash, we'll put it here. Now, what this command means is this SSH, we are telling SSH to use this key, epic read -react.perm, to use this key and give you access to this. This is your host name, Ubuntu, in this your IP address. So the placeholder might be when you create your own, you have your own key pair. You run SSH-I, then there's a quotation mark, which tells SSH to use this particular key here and log into this Ubuntu machine at this IP address. This is the order. Now, when you run it, enter, remember that I am in the downloads folder. Why am I here? This is where my key pair is. So I run the command. Then it asks me, are you sure you want to continue connecting? I'll say yes, because it really wants to be sure that I want to get into this VM. So you just wait. So I have logged into my virtual machine. So the virtual machine that we created before. So this is the Ubuntu. We've logged in here. So that's it. I've shown you 2 ways that you can connect your EC2 instance through your SSH and also through the AWS console. This one is still connected. Oh, I think the connection, I closed it. So we are going to be using Git bash. I prefer to use Git bash here. So I clear my screen. Now that I'm in the virtual machine, what is the first thing I would do? I will try to update this machine, because when you create your EC2 instance, sometimes it's going to come with packages that are outdated. So you need this to update these packages using apt. So I'll run sudo apt, sorry, I'm not sure, this is, I want to calm down. Okay, so sudo apt update. So we already know that this sudo is, you use this for a super user, right? So I use sudo apt update. I run it just to refresh the packages so that when I want to install dependencies like npm, it will give me the latest version. That's why you have to upgrade your system, update it. So here it tells me that 50 packages can be upgraded. So what do? I try to upgrade it. Sudo apt upgrade -y. So this -y flag just tells it, it doesn't have to ask me whether I want to go ahead or not. It just gives me a direct authentication. That's why the -y goes. So it refreshes all the packages to update my server so that the dependencies that I'm going to be installing are going to be the latest versions and all that. So while this is updating, it's at 44%. I'll take you back to here. Okay, sorry, not here. Second. Okay, so we've passed all of this. We'll go to the next one. We've been able to SSH in. I've shown you 2 methods that you can use to log into your EC2 instance. Then the next one we are going to do is we're going to set up our environment. I'm already doing the first one, which is updating the packages. What command did I run? Sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade -y. This will refresh the packages. If you come down here, you'll see I said the reason that these explanations are here is so that you can read them and understand why you're doing what you're doing. Sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade -y. Apt updates and refreshes the list of available packages from Ubuntu repositories, while apt upgrade -y installs any available updates for already installed packages. The -y auto confirms prompt. This is because new EC2 instances often ship with outdated package lists. So updating first avoids installing broken or outdated versions of things like Node.js or Nginx, which we are going to use later. So once this installation is complete, we are going to install more dependencies that we are going to use. Now we are deploying a React app. So a React app needs an npm to build, and then we need Node.js, which is Node.js is how this is a React app is packaged. Sorry, apt is packaged. So we are going to use that command, sudo apt. Oh, sorry, one second. So sudo apt install -npm. So I'm going to copy this command, run it together. But let's see whether We are done with updates, right? So no virtual machine guests are running outdated hypervisor. So these, our EC2 instance, have been updated to the latest versions and have also been upgraded, so that when we install packages, like when we install Node.js, when we install NPM, or when we install Nginx, we make sure that we are not getting a broken version, because all of these things are going to be coming from Ubuntu repositories. So I clear my screen so that we can have clarity. Now, we already know what sudo does. Then apt is a package list. Then this is the action, the command, and this gives you straight up authorization. We're going to be installing Node.js. By the time we are done installing, I want to I want to remove this. So we install Node.js. So give it time. If you look at my screen, you see that it is accessing the Ubuntu repository to find me this dependency that I am installing. So when it is done, then we'll check the version. That checking of version is very, very important, because that is the only thing that will confirm that this was properly installed. When you receive your version numbers here, okay, let me take you back a bit. So he said sudo apt. Okay, I've explained this already. So when you run this, you're supposed to get the version that you have just installed. So this command prints the installed version of Node.js and NPM, confirming the installation succeeded before moving forward. So do not bypass this process. Once you are done with installation, it's still going. Once you are done, then we'll check the version. So let's just give it some time and allow it to run. So if you are following me, please give me a reaction so that I can know that I'm not speaking to just myself. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so let's see if what we have installed, if it's completely done. Okay, yes, it is done. So we are going to check if the installation was done properly or not. So we run this command, node -v, this v means version, and the npm -v. You can actually run this command separately. You just run node -v, enter, you get the version number, then you run the other one. We'll run it together. So the first one I have is v22-22, and then this one 2.0. So our Node.js has been installed. Why did we install this? We installed it so that the React app depends on NPM and Node.js, because the Node.js app was packaged with Node.js rather. So it needs these dependencies to run. That's where we are installing it. So the next thing we are going to do is to install the web server. So the web server we are using is Nginx, which is what is going to be used to serve our application. So we are going to install Nginx here. We install Nginx. We are going to configure the Nginx. Just look around it. So we run this command sudo apt install -y Nginx. So we'll come to my git bash. I like to clear my screen so that I can have a clear place to work on. Right, so sudo apt install -nginx. So we install Nginx now. So like I said, Nginx is our web server. So Nginx is installed. Let's see which whether Nginx got installed properly. We'll do what's this? Nginx -- version. Hold up a bit, let me get my command. So Nginx -v. All right. Nginx -v. Copy. All right, one sec. Okay, sorry, I need to minimize this. Okay, so this is the command that I will be running. I want to copy this first. I'll just type the other one. Oh, please, I want to mention that it should be a better practice for you to type in your commands, because the more you type them in, the more you remember them. So Nginx, Nginx. So this is the version of Nginx 1.28 Ubuntu. So this shows us that Nginx has been installed. So let us start. Sudo systemctl start Nginx. We're going to start Nginx. If you don't get any errors, if you don't get any output, it means that you have been able to start this web server. But how do we actually confirm? There are two ways to confirm if Nginx is installed and if Nginx is active. And what is Nginx to begin with? That is the web server that is going to be serving our React app. So when people go into our IP address, they are not coming straight into our EC2. They are meeting the web server. When they give a query, Nginx takes this query and then serves it, comes to Ubuntu to look for what they are looking for, and then gives it back to the user. So Nginx is the web server that we're going to be using to deploy this React app. So I will do two things, two ways to confirm if Nginx is actually running. Because, okay, the first one is sudo systemctl status Nginx, no page, okay. We'll use this one so that will just give us, okay. So I run this command. So look at this place, it said Nginx is active and running. It's active and running. This is the process number 24145. The memory is 3M, CPU is 46 ms. So our Nginx is active and running. But simply because it shows you active and running on your CLI may not necessarily mean that Nginx you can be seen on the browser, that your web server is live on the browser. There's a reason why Nginx might be running on your system and may not be active on your browser. That may be a security issue, a permission issue. Remember that when we're creating our virtual machine, we enabled two security groups. The security group one was allow SSH. I said I was going to show you something, inbound rules and all that. Okay, allow SSH. That will take our time. Allow SSH to connect. That's using SSH, connecting to our virtual machine through SSH client, and also allow HTTP. That HTTP is a rule that will allow users to be able to connect to port 80. Port 80 is the port where we are hosting this React app. So let's go to our IP address here to confirm if Nginx is live. So I come here, I open this, and then I copy my IP address and open a browser. So since it is HTTP, we'll just paste it here. Just be sure that you are not using HTTPS, because what we enabled is HTTP. This is less secure. So look at my page, you will see, welcome to Nginx. So if you see this page, it means that you have installed Nginx and Nginx is running. By the time we deploy our application, Nginx, we're going to be deploying it on the roots of Nginx root folder, so that when we come back and access this IP address, this will change from welcome to Nginx to our React app. Now, if you log into your IP address and you see probably error 404 or 403, welcome to Nginx. But you came back here, you saw that Nginx is active, but on the web, you're not seeing this page, you're seeing error. What is likely the issue? What did you do wrong? Your first instinct should be that your security was not properly configured. You may not have likely enabled HTTP. So once you go back to your EC2 instance, you come back to your EC2 instance here. What's this? Okay. 1 second. Okay, so let me go to my instance. Trying to do this fast. You come back here to security. You click on this, scroll down, you see this number, security groups. You click on it here. You see your inbound rules. These are the rules that we enabled, but I'm going to open it from here, edit inbound rules. So you see the first rule, SSH, TCP protocol, port 2020 plus 22, and then log in from anywhere. This is not a good practice. Normally, it should be my IP. So you can leave it like this, but since it's already configured, I won't change it. So I'll leave it at anywhere, sorry. Leave it at anywhere. And then you allow this. One of the reasons that you may not have Nginx showing is that this rule was not created, HTTP. So if you did not create it, you just add a rule. Enable HTTP, click find HTTP. Okay, let me do something. I'm going to remove this rule. This one, delete it. And then I'll save the changes. Delete this rule. Then I'll save the changes. Then I'll come back to my welcome to Nginx. I'll reload this page. This is really taking time. Give it some time. I think I have a very slow connection. So yeah, exactly. It cannot be reached. It tells you to check the proxy and the firewalls. That's the security group. So now, initially, when HTTP was enabled, I had welcome to Nginx. I disabled it, I got this. So when you run into this error, just remember this part. So let me go back and configure my security again so that it will allow me. So I'll come back here to my security group, sorry. Okay, so I'll edit inbound rule. Then I'll add rule here. I'll find HTTP. Port 8 is already here. Anywhere, sorry. Then I save the rules. I come back here and I reload my, so I'm back here, I'm back live. Welcome to Nginx is back again. So that's just it. Now back here, Nginx is still running. So we have been able to install some of our dependencies. We've installed NPM, we've installed Nginx and confirmed that Nginx is running. So the next thing we are gonna do is we are going to check the Nginx. We've done that, we've confirmed that Nginx is running and check the version. So we are going to deploy the application. Now, this application, you're going to be receiving this repo. So everything that we are working on will be in this repository. So we're going to get the source code from this repo. So I'm going to clone it into my machine. Now, there is a longer version of doing this, but let's just go through cloning this directly into our machine. So I come back to here. Let me clear my screen. Git clone. No. Clear. Give me a sec. Okay, sorry. I think I copied. The command is wrong. Give me a sec. Yeah, I double copied. The command already had git clone on it before I ran it. So I will clone it, git clone, then I will just hold on. So it has cloned. So what do? I check ls, check my home directory to see that it is there. Look at it. I have my React app cloned into my Ubuntu directory. So I go into a cd, enter. So check my path. I'm in here now. ls, let's see what we have. So I have, these are the files inside here. So I have Docker file, the readme.md, package.json and all that. So we need this one, the src. So cd into src, that's our source code. Let's check what is in there. So this is it. So before I go further, there is an instruction that you're given in this assignment. This is a React app. So you're going to configure this as your own. Now, if you look at this, you find out that this one is giving colored blue and this one is blue and other ones are white. This shows you these ones are folders while these ones are files. So let's see. So we cd into this. Once we are in, we've cloned it, we are in there. Then now we've been able to get our repository. So we've seen what is in there. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to do some modifications to personalize this React app to show that this belongs to you. And this will take us to an important aspect of Linux, which is file editor. So when you want to modify something within your repository, there are several editors that you may have. There is Nano, there's Vim. Nano is one of my favorite because I find it very easy to use. So we go into the app directory. This moves you into the SRC folder where the app source code lives. This is because app.js, the file we need to edit, is located inside this folder. So we go into it using Nano. I'll demonstrate in a bit. So this opens the app, the app.js in the Nano text editor, a simple command line editor built into most Linux systems. This is because we need to directly edit the file content to add your name to it. So these are the steps that you would follow. You navigate into it. We have done that. We're going to open the Nano editor, and then we are going to find this line. This is where you're going to customize it. Put your name and then put the date and your group. So let's go find it. These are shortcuts that you use in Nano. When you press Ctrl O, you will save and enter. Ctrl X, that will be exit. Ctrl W allows you to search something very fast and very easy. So let's open the Nano editor. I'll clear my screen, please. So we do. What do we want to open? This one, this particular file. This is the index.html where we are going to modify to personalize it and put our own credentials. So I will do nano app.js. So this opens this. So when I do Ctrl W, this will give me to open this panel this bar where I can just search what I'm looking for. Let me find one word out of or what I'm supposed to change so that it'll be easy for me. So I'll find, sorry, give me one sec. Okay, deployed by. I'll just type this in so that it will quickly find it for me. The essence of using this shortcut is so that you don't have to roam around Nano Editor looking for that particular word. So I put it here and then enter. So look at it, it has highlighted this deployed by. So what do? This point, you use the up and down arrow keys to move it. So I'm using my arrow keys to move deployed by. I'm going to change it to my name. You see the placeholder, your full name. So I will put my name here. Joy Okpabi. Joy Okpabi. Then look at the date here. I will change it. Calm down. This year is 2026, the year of the Lord. This is 07 July. And today is 11th. 11th. So I've been able to do the modification. You just have to change your name, the date. That's all the modifications that you're asked to do. So you save with Ctrl O, enter, Ctrl X, you exit. So you're back and you're out of Nano. Now, how do you find out if the changes that you just made worked? Because you get things like, I can't find my name that I edited. So before you do that, please run this command, cat. This will display, sorry, excuse me. So when you run this command, the cats.app.js will print the full file content of the terminal to confirm your name and that the dates are saved correctly before we move on to the next one. So let's confirm this. So we'll find, let's say, look at it here, Joy Ukbabi and the date. So once you see this, you just know that this has been done properly. So we clear our screen. Okay, so please give me that I'm speaking to myself. Let's see. All right, so thank you. Let's continue. Now that we have been able to do the editing as we are required, so the next thing to do is to build the app. So remember that we install the dependencies that we need. Before you build this app, ensure that you are inside the project folder, not the SRC. Here, we are in the SRC folder. If you build here, it's going to throw an error. So make sure that you go back into the root folder. What do? We run cd ... enter, and then we are back to our React app before we build. So to build, we need this command, npm install and npm build. So I'll run the command together. So we'll just wait for it to finish up. I think I have a slow network. So. Okay, we'll just give it some time and okay, it's running. All right, so we are nearly done. We're almost done. Creating an optimized build. So we'll just give it some time. Okay, so we are back to the command, the prompt. So we'll check if what we have built, if it was properly done, we run ls. But before I do that, let me explain a little thing. While we run npm install and npm run build, the npm install reads the project's packet.json file, which I showed you in the project folder, and downloads all the required dependencies into a node module folder, which is necessary because the app cannot run or build without these packages installed first. And then the build compiles the React app into an optimized production-ready set of static files. That's HTML, CSS, and JS, which matters because this is the actual version of the app. So once we do that, we are going to confirm if this build and installation was done properly by running ls. So ls. So look at it here. Our build, the node module is here. So the build is also here, which means we are good to go. So now that this is done, we are almost getting to the end of this stuff. So we are going to use, remember that Nginx is our web server. We are going to configure Nginx to be able to deploy this, our application. So what do we do first? We're going to clear the Nginx root folder. Nginx root folder is var/www/html this. So when we run this command, sudo rm-rf, we use this command to clear the Nginx root folder. Remember that this is what we have currently in the Nginx folder. We have welcome to Nginx. So that welcome to Nginx, we're going to clear it off so that Nginx will now have our source code in it. That's what's going to serve our React app. So we clear it, and now that I showed you, we'll copy it into this file, this var, replace it. Once we clean this up, we'll replace this And then this is where permission comes in again. Like I said, file permission is very fundamental in Linux. So when you get to that part in your Udemy video, please pay very close attention. So we are going to change the ownership of this from Ubuntu to Nginx. Nginx becomes the owner. And then we're also going to change the permission to 755, which is read, write, and execute. And then we'll view it. So I'm going to run this command together, then run the ls later. So come back to my terminal. Remember that we are in this folder, React folder. So even though when you run this, it's going to run from anywhere. So no error threw up. So let's confirm if this was done. So I run this command. Sorry, I can't have all of the commands in my head. So let me do. All right, so this is it. This confirms that our Nginx is static here. This confirms that this is properly done. So we're going to put Nginx configuration file. I'll take a little bit of time to explain this. Okay, I think I've already done this one. They said, so you can take your time to read this when you get here. So let's configure Nginx. Remember that Nginx is the web server that is serving our application. So this configuration, we are going to copy it. Make sure you copy it correctly. I have it here. Before I paste it, let's look at what that configuration says. So this is the config file that tells Nginx how to behave as a web server, which ports to listen on, and where your website files live, and what to do with incoming requests. Without it, Nginx would not know what to do about your React app. This particular configuration will instruct Nginx what ports. Remember that the ports that we opened is port 80. That's where that's the Nginx where it's what we enabled in HTTP, port 80. So we are going to tell Nginx to listen on port 80, which is where our website files are, and then what to do when it gets a request. So this just the server block. Listen on port 80. If you look at the file here, you see port 80 here. Listen at port 80. This is where the root file is at root in the root folder of Nginx here. What is this serving? Index.html. This is the file that it is serving us. Now, there's something else I need to mention. It says here that port 8 is the standard port for regular non-HTTPS web traffic. We already enabled that in the security group. This tells Nginx, listen for incoming requests on port 80. This is why when you type HTTP/, you put your IP address in the web server, instead of HTTP, this port 88 is another port, which is similar to port 80. So, but we are using port 80. This tells Nginx that all the incoming requests coming to port 80, listen and receive it. Now, this port 80 would normally hold a domain name. If we had configured Route 53, sorry, DNS rather, in Route 53 in AWS, if we have configured our DNS, we will not be having ports. We will not be having an IP address. We'll be having our domain name. So we are just telling Nginx to listen on that port. And then this tells Nginx on the server disk, your website files, where they are. It is your files are inside index.html. So when someone visits your root folder / without asking for a specific file, Nginx will need a default file to serve. And that default file is index.html. Remember that this is a single page application, which means that we just have one index.html file in it. So even if you type something like about page, our React app doesn't have that. Nginx will serve a default, it will serve this default index.html. Instead of throwing up an error, it will just serve it. So this is why this is very, very important, this line. It said React apps are single page application. There is really only one HTML file, which is index.html. And when you navigate to something like, when you go to about page or dashboard inside a React app is a single page. It has only one index.html. So it will route that page and go, and instead of giving you an error, it says it will take you to index.html as default. The problem is if someone directly types your site.com with a slash about into their browser, the browser will ask Nginx for that file that's about age, which should be in about index.html for that one. Nginx would normally say no such file and give you 404 error because it does not exist. But when you have this line in your configuration, this line tells Nginx to try to find a real file matching what you requested. That's history. If you cannot find it, just save index.html instead. So if this configuration does not exist inside your index.html, you will get a 404 error. But because you have it there, it will tell Nginx to serve you that index.html file since we don't have about page or dashboard. So this one line is what makes deep links and page refresh work correctly in React app. Then there is a backup safenet. If something still somehow triggers a 404, send index.html instead of Nginx default 404 not found error page. So this is why this Nginx configuration file is very important, because it tells Nginx, which is your web server, what to do with your React app, how to behave, which port it should get requests from, where your website of source code is. And so this is very important. Now that I've copied it, I'll just come back to this place and I will paste it. So just copy it and paste it, nothing else. I run it. So I'm going to find out if this was properly done using the cat command. So I'll just do cat index.html. So that should be it. I should try to be typing commands often. So this is it. So this is where this configuration file is, even though you run it anywhere on your terminal, but this is the location where it is. So I'll just try to print it out. So this is my configuration file here. So once that I have it and it shows that it is correctly done, that means I have given Nginx one of the most instructions that it needs. So the next thing that I would do is to now use and test Nginx to be sure that Nginx configuration works. I'll run the first testing command, which is sudo nginx -t. This tests the new configuration file for syntax error. If there is any syntax error in your configuration, Nginx is going to catch it first. So this is your first time to ensure that everything is in order. There is no syntax error. So I run it here. So look at my output. It says that .config syntax is okay and the test is successful. When you run this text and you don't get this output, it means that there is an error in this configuration file. That error may just be a full stop. It might be a comma. It can be something very little or mundane. So you must run this command. It is very important to run sudo nginx -t to catch that error first before you move on. Then the next thing is to do is, since we have removed the contents of Nginx root folder and replaced it with our own configuration, with our own source code. So we are going to restart Nginx, and then we are going to make sure that Nginx is active, and then we'll check again. So this command, sudo systemctl restart Nginx, restarts the Nginx service so that the new configuration would actually take effect. Then the systemctl is active Nginx checks whether Nginx is currently running or giving a simple active or inactive response. Then the last one would print the configuration file contents. So I'll run this command one after the other. So I'll run this one, sudo systemctl restart Nginx. This would check the configuration that we just posted, and so no output, no error. So let me clear my screen a bit so that you can see. And then the next one, we run this one to check if it's active. I'm going to run the two together because of time. Okay, so I come here and I paste the command. So the first command did not throw any error. The second one printed my Nginx configuration file. So now that we have done this, we are going to check if our deployment is complete. So we'll run this command to copy our IP address. I already have my IP address loaded somewhere, but when you run this command, which is call ifconfig.me, which is to print look at my IP address here. So that's printed my IP address. So what do? I have to go back and test it on the browser. I need to find out if my configuration was correctly done and if my React app was deployed. So this is the moment of truth. So for you, you're going to replace this with your own IP address. So I think I have Nginx somewhere here. Is it this one? Where did I run it? Okay, so let me just copy my IP address. Okay, yeah. So this is my Nginx root folder. So I'm going to reload it here. See? So this is no longer Nginx. We now have my React app running. Welcome to my React app. This is running on Nginx, deployed by Joy Ukbabi on this date. So my React app has been deployed successfully, and anyone can log into my IP address, and then they'll be able to be redirected to my React app. This is a single page application. So this is all that we have. Okay. So this brings me to the end of assignment 2. Yeah, that's the end of assignment 2. So my screenshots, the same thing here. So I am live. My application is live. So give me a reaction if you have been following me or if you have slept off while I'm here all by myself. All right, so thank you. This is the end of assignment 1 and 2. So should I go on with the next one or is it time for a break?
Joy, stop. You also need some water, right?
Yes, I do. I do.
Great work. You can stop sharing your screen. It was really very well explained, and I literally stick with the session. Okay, I'm looking step by step. You explained so well, so well. Thank you so much. Everyone, please put your hands, hearts to the Joy. Amazing work, Joy.
Thank you, sir.
Really, really, it was really amazing. Everyone, please put your hearts. Excellent. A great work, really, really. Okay, so we are going to take the break now, and we need a longer break. Guys, shall we take the break? Give me a heart if you want the break. We need more heart, we need more laugh. And guys, everyone, uh, thanks everyone for being sticking here. Okay, thank you so much. It's not easy. Okay, it's hands-on session. She's explaining and you are sticking here, giving you 100%. That's really amazing. Okay, guys, I think we need a longer break, right? Shall we go for the lunch break now? Let me know in the chat box. Shall we go for the lunch break? Yes. Okay, perfect. 1 hour break, not at all. We have 6 assignments this week. Okay, we just covered 2. We have to cover 4. Anyways, we don't have to complete all assignments today. Okay, let's see how much we can do today. Okay, so we will take around 35 minutes of the break, then we will resume and we will continue with the assignments. Guys, 35 minutes is enough for the lunch break. Are you going to cook, then you're going to eat? You guys are doing negotiation now. 40 minutes. Okay, let's do the 40 minutes. See guys, time is very important, right? We don't want you to stay for the longer period of time, right? So if you complete it, right, then you also done bit ahead of the time. Anyways, it's not going to be happen, but let's do the 40. Okay, let me connect. 35 minutes of the break, 40 minutes of the break, and complete your lunch, stretch your leg and come back when we will start with the assignment. And then again you will be doing the peer review as well. So for that we need around 40 minutes, 1 hour. So guys, please go ahead and start your lunch. We have the 40-minute break. I'm setting up the timer, so you don't need to wait here. I will set it up. So your break is started now. Thank you so much guys. So you see you in the 40 minutes. You can set your timer as well. 40 minutes timer. I'm bringing on my screen. Guys, please go ahead and start your break. Hey guys, welcome back. If you're back, please type back in the chat box. Very nice. So let's allow a couple of more minutes to other people join. Okay. Joy, are we ready?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here,
perfect.
sir.
Okay. Guys, we are going to do the quick recap. I'm getting echo of my own voice. Let me mute everyone. Perfect. Just I'm opening the all assignments. Guys, you are with me? If you're back with me, please type me in the chat box. Fantastic. Super, super. Okay, guys. So now let's do quick recap what we have done so far. So we have started with the operating system. We understood what is, let me know in the chat box, what is operating system, right? What is operating system? Operating system is the brain of computer, right? Then we understood architecture of the, sorry, then we went to the Linux, right? Then we also understood architecture of the Linux, right? In the Linux architecture, what are the different component? Hardware, kernel, shell, util and application, right? We look into that. Perfect. After that, we also understood, okay, how we interact with the hardwares, right? So using the cells. So we have the graphical user interface, then we have the CLI, right? And after that, to do everything, we also need the Linux virtual machine. To make sure we all are on the same page, we understood we will be creating our virtual machine, Linux virtual machine, where on AWS, right? Which service we will be using on the AWS? EC2 instance, exactly. So on EC2 instance, we will launch our, using EC2 instance, we launch our virtual machine, correct? Then for that, you also went through a couple of videos to understanding AWS accounts, how to create your AWS account, then what is free tier, okay? And after that, we have started doing the demo of the hands-on. Then Joy took over and see first started with the first assignments, how to create your AWS account, right? And after that, she went to the second assignment, and that was the really big assignment and the good assignment. And in the past, I have seen most of the students struggle there. Okay, so if you are able to do it very well, your life will become easier in the upcoming weeks, because in this whole training we have the four project. Okay, and one of them is this project, what Joy shown to you. Okay, so this is just shown you how to install Nginx and all. Okay, on top of that you are going to build all application, or all application depend on this one lay. Okay, because what is Nginx? Nginx is the web server. Okay, you will understand all these concepts in the theory once you will start watching tomorrow videos, but this is needed everywhere, and the most of the time student get confused. So she is covered that part. Now she is going to move on the next assignments, how to do the production drill. Okay, ops checklist. So that is the next assignment she is going to do. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. We are on the same page. Type SAME in the chat box. Amazing, very nice. You guys are full of energy. So shall we start?
So can we take this attendance now?
Yes. Let's check the attendance. Well, guys, so attendance is on the your screen as a poll. Please mark your attendance. Guys, come on, please do your attendance. Why you failed to submit? Please use Zoom application on your computer. Always join with computer. Okay, perfect. Now we are done with the attendance. Let me close it. Perfect. Okay, guys. So attendance is done. Now we are ready for the third assignments. And now I will hand it over to the Joy. And before that, everyone, please make sure you are focused. Get out of all your distraction and focus here. Try to understand. Okay, please type focus if you are here with us. Fantastic, super. Joy, over to you.
All right, everyone, welcome back. So we are going to do some maintenance on our server. We're going to call it production drill. So basically what we are going to do is to look at, okay, let me take us for Udemy so that we can start from there. Okay, I'll share my screen shortly. Okay, 1 second, please. Share my screen. All right. So now you can see my screen, but let's start from where our question is, production drill, so that we can understand what this part of the assignment entails. 1 second so that this can load. Come in. All right, so it's a common practice for me to always read instructions very, very, very well, so that I don't have to do what I'm not supposed to do. So the assignment is approximately going to take about 90 minutes. So it's a production maintenance drill. We are going to be doing that on this recently deployed the React app that we just did. Now, while doing it to do this, the objective of this assignment is, in this assignment, you will treat already deployed React application as a production system. You will perform structured operational checks, including network validation, service health checks, log analysis, system resource monitoring, configuration verification, incident simulation, and all. Because in a real world scenario, your React application is already deployed on Ubuntu EC2 using Nginx. This is what we just did now. And in reproduction environment, you will monitor the system's health. You will validate that there's traffic flow. You will check logs for hidden issues. You'll respond to incidents and you'll recover services safely. So these are the things that we are going to be doing right now by the end of this project. So first thing we are going to do is to go back to the React application. Remember, the server that we are going to be working with is this. We hosted this on EC2 instance using Nginx, and we are running it on Ubuntu operating system. So we are going to check that server. If while you are working as a DevOps engineer, someone calls your attention that they could not log into this React app, or they are getting 404 error, or there is something wrong with it. So what is the first thing that you're going to do as a DevOps engineer? You just start crying? No, now. You roll up your sleeves and then you get to work. So this is what we are going to do now. Let's assume that we are going to monitor this particular server. So on Udemy, we're going to follow the assignments task by task. So the first one, so our prerequisite is that your VM is we already have Node.js installed, we have Nginx installed, we have built the app and is accessible. So we have met all of the requirements necessary. Then the first thing we are going to do is server access and networking validation. So we already know what networking does. Allows you to be able to, for your server to interact, either to interact with all the resources within the VPC or to interact with the outside networks. So let's run a couple of drills. So the first one here is IPA. So I'm going to be referring back to my documents so that we can follow it a little bit. So these are the commands that we are going to do. The task one is server access and network validation. Our goal is to verify that the deployed React application is reachable from the browser and confirm that basic network connectivity of the Ubuntu virtual machine. So the first one is the IPA command. We're going to run this command one after the other. I'll be explaining what this command does. We'll do it also on the terminal. All right, so the first one, we run this command IPA. We'll run it on my git bash. Okay, I'm still here. One sec, I think I got disconnected because of the time that we wasted. So just give it time and it will come. All right, so I got disconnected. So I have to connect back to my EC2. So I'm just going to use my tab key because the last command that I entered, sorry, let me pull this down. So whenever you're working on this, one of the easiest ways to refer back to the previous command is to use the up and down arrow keys. I think I'm having my laptop, my listen is cooking. Let's just give it a small time. It's hanging. And why? Okay. All right. So I am still in my download folder. So I'm just going to use my up and down arrow keys to pick out the previous commands. Okay. If I can't pick it out, I'll go get it from AWS. All right, so what I'm trying to do is to log back into my AWS. So I'll just come in here and then I will copy this, go to my instance. Network is a bit slow, so bear with me. So this is, oh, excuse me. Oh, 1 second, please. Sorry. Sorry about the interruption. It's just my alarm giving me all that. Okay, so this is the application that we are running, my React. The first one, I think, yes, React EC2. So this is the one that we hosted. I'll go back and copy the login details here. I pick read react.perm. Okay, so come back here. I just run it just to log back and give it some time. And then we are back to the server. Okay, so then, so I don't want to deal with this. You're going to please excuse my network is acting up. Okay, so I've logged back into my EC2 instance. My internet connection is a bit unstable, so I will just hope that it clears up. Okay, so now that I've logged in, the very first thing to do is to check the network interface, right? So why are we doing that? A network interface is a point through which a server sends and receives all network traffic. Physically, it's like a door connecting the operating system to the outside network, and every interface has its own IP so that other machines know how to reach it. So before verifying Nginx or open ports, first confirm that the server has an active interface with a valid IP. If this layer were broken, nothing above either server or SSH or firewall will be reachable. So the very first thing we are doing is to even confirm that our server, that our Ubuntu machine has a network interface attached to it. Of course, we're able to see that in our React when we deployed our React app. But now let's look at it. Supposing that there is an issue, this is the very first step to do. Find out if there is, if you even have, if your network interface is okay. So run IPA. All right, so look at what I have here. If you look at this, you find LO, that's look back, and then you find ENS5. Now, these are two network interfaces. The very first one, look back rather, is a network that allows this EC2 instance to connect with other networks, other services within its own network. This one is internal. Then the ENS allows this to connect outside with services outside your network. So that's basically what it is. Now, referring back to this, a second. So the LO and the ENS file, the IP output shows two network interfaces on our server. The first one is the LO, and next one is ENS5. This one, loopback interface, has an address of 127.7.0.0.1, and is used only for the server to communicate with itself internally. It never touches the internet or other machines. The real interface, this one, the real network interface is the ENS, which shows up and lower up. I'm going to go back to our server and show you, confirming that it is active and the network link is working. It holds the private IPv address 10.0.0/1 and with a subnet, look at the subnet ID, along with a MAC address. So now the ENS interface is what the EC2 instance actually uses to communicate with other resources. I've mentioned that before. In the resources inside your VPC, you can have an EC2, your VPC, everything that is in there, the subnets, the security group, all those things, the SSH connections. This ENS interface allows our server to communicate with all those resources. Remember that our EC2 has so many attachments. There is an SSH connection to it. There's HTTP connection in it. There's IP address. Without this ENS, there is no interaction between this server and the outside. And without this one, the LO, there is no internet connect. There is no network connection between the server and all the resources within our VPC. So once you run this command, you're expected to see something. Our output is to see that it is up and active, and it returns a private IP address. Let me go back there. So if you look at what we are saying here, just check very well. The loopback is, you see it here, loopback is up. The loopback shows that it is up and active. The state of our ENS is up and active. So this is the very first testing that you're supposed to do to ensure that your machine has a network communication, network interaction between the resources within it. The resources are all, while I was creating my EC2, all of those things are inside one VPC. Remember, I selected VPC. And in that VPC, that is where the IP address is, SSH connection, and all that. Then the ENS ensures that the outside network can connect with my EC2. So once you see up, and the status up, it means that there is a network connection and we are good. So let's run the next command. So the next one is, sorry, give me a sec. I have a lot of screenshots for you. Okay, so let's take it from Udemy. All right, so the next one is IP route. So don't forget what we are doing. This is a drill just to ensure that our virtual machine is healthy. So run this command, IP route. It's like I didn't copy it properly. Give me a sec. Okay, IP route. All right, so look at what our IP route here. This is going to, when we talk about our IP route, we talk about routing traffic. When you're creating your network, when you're configuring your VPC, you're going to be attaching your VPC with a route table. This is what is going to route traffic from this. Okay, let's look at it from here. So when you run IP route, why are we doing this? To confirm that the network interface is active. And we need to verify that the server actually knows how to route traffic beyond its own subnet. We had two network interfaces that we discovered, the loopback and the ENS. This loopback communicates within all the services in the VPC. So when we run this IP route, we check whether network is actually active and is routing to. It's not just routing within the subnet, but the routing table decides where the outbound traffic packets get sent to. So without a valid default route, the server would have no way to reach the internet or respond to external requests. The IP route shows the server's routing table, which determines how to send traffic Sorry, give me a sec. Let me take this off. Okay, very well. So the IP route shows the server's routing table. When we get to AWS, you're going to learn how to create, when you create your VPC, you create a routing table, you create a NAT gateway. The NAT gateway is more like a front door, but the routing table tells us how to route traffic. When it receives a query, where are we sending this query to? So you need to make sure that it is showing you a routing table, and the default routing table is 10.0.0/1. That's the ID. So if you look at this, the output confirms that we have this default routing table. And what are the networks routing it? For outside, it is the ENS, like we've done in the first one. So that confirms it. So we'll move on to the next drill, which is, okay, we're going to run this one now. Okay. Clear my screen a bit. So we're going to, what we did we pinged this IP, this domain, pravin.pravinmishra.com. We pinged this domain and sent out a packet. We wanted to see whether this packet actually reached destination, to see if there is anyone that returned, that any packet that did not reach. So we did this dig pravinmishra.com plus short. So I'm going to explain it more carefully here. Let's have all of these things open. Okay. So in this one, this command checks that the server can turn a website name, can turn a website name into an IP address using DNS. DNS is what lets computer use easy to remember names like pravinmishra.com. Now recall that when we created our EC2 instance, we enabled auto assign IP address. And so our EC2 instance gets an IP address. But that IP address, if I tell you, if anytime you want to log into a website and they give you an IP address, there is chances are that you would never even remember one. But DNS changes an IP address into an easy to remember domain name. So instead of raw numbers like 10.0.0 or whatever, DNS would be able to, we use Route 53 in AWS to change an IP address and configure it so that we can have a domain name. You can buy domain name from either AWS or from Namecheap or GoDaddy, all of those places. So if DNS wasn't working, the server wouldn't be able to reach each website or services by name, even if network connection was showing otherwise. So this command translates a domain name into a matching IP address. We asked it to look up, that's command dig, is look up this place, pravinmishra.com, and it looked it up and returned it as 4 IP addresses. This, and this. Getting this multiple IP address is normal for popular websites. It usually means that a site uses a CND, that's content delivery network, which spreads traffic across several servers. So back to my screen, when you run this command, dig pravinmishra.com plus short, it's supposed to turn, this gives you the IP addresses that, this turns this domain name into IP addresses. So that is one way to find out if your server is actually working in the way that it should. So we'll move to the next one, which is ping. Yeah, that was what I was trying to explain before. So we're going to ping, run this command. We are running this to check that the server can actually reach an external website over the internet and not just to resolve its name. The first one, which was checking whether it can change a domain name into an IP address. This time around, we're going to check if it can, it's not just the DNS resolution. We can check if it can reach external websites over the internet. So we'll ping this. Pinging this means that we are sending small packets. Packets are packet data, sending small units of data and wait for it to reply. And when we do that, it's going to confirm whether there is a real connectivity or it's not just the DNS that is working. This is important because servers could resolve a domain name fine, but it will still fail to actually connect. So despite that we had success in resolving this domain name, that is confirming this domain name and returning it with IP address, there is still a possibility that we are not able to connect to the outside network. So we run this command to check if we can do that. So we ping. So we sent 4 packets. Look at what is important here. 4 packets transmitted. Look at the 4 packets that were transmitted. 4 of them were received. 0 packet was lost. And the time was 3028 milliseconds. So this confirms that our server, our Ubuntu server React app can actually connect with outside network. So by pinging this domain, we sent 4 packets, and the 4 packets were transmitted. 4 of them were received. There was no packets lost, and it happened in milliseconds. So if there was an error, we would have seen it displayed here. So the next one we are going to, okay, we are done with this. Okay, no, we are not. So the next command we're going to run is this. This is a very, very important command. This command, when we run it, we are going to check which network ports are open. Remember that when we are setting up our EC2, we enabled 2 important ports, which is the SSH, that's port 22, and then we also enabled port 80. So this is one very important drills to check. If you can remember that there was a time when I was showing you how to troubleshoot our Nginx, our server, I closed the port 22 by removing that security rule. As soon as I closed it and refreshed my stuff, refreshed my site, everything went off. And so when I put it back, I was able to come back live. So running this command will tell you how many ports are open. Even once you get that 404 error, this command is going to come in very handy for you. You run this command to actually find out what port is open. So it confirms that only expected services like Nginx and SSH are listening for connection, and help us catch anything unexpected or misconfigured, such as services running on the wrong port or unintended services exposed to network. Now, if there was any mistake in your configuration and a port that is not supposed to be opened is open, so running this command will catch it very fast. So what does this command mean? SS minus tulpen command lists all the TCP and UDP ports along with the processes using each of them. The most important line for this stack would be listening to 0.0.380. We're going to look at that. So let me quickly run the command and then we'll see. Sorry, what's this? Okay. All right, so looking at this tells us the ports that are open. So I'm looking at this. This is port 80. It's open here. And we have another port. This one is port 22. So this tells us the ports that are open. We enabled this one. So we know that this is SSH connection. And this one is HTTP. So this the port is listening here and is listening here. These ones are also other ports. These ones are scanning. This one scans. And beyond listing the ports, we also tell you the processes that is running. Look at this system here. Look at the process number that is running. So this command, once you run it, it helps you to troubleshoot. You'll be able to tell what ports are listening. So like I showed you there, we are listening on 0.0.0.0, which is port 22, which confirms that SSH is listening on port 22. And also open to all interface. When we did, this one is outbound rule. Sorry, no, yeah, still inbound rule. When I did 0.0.0, allow traffic coming from anywhere, IPv4. If I had done my IP address would have been here with this port opened. So, but for my configuration that we did earlier, this port 22, and this is where it's listening to. And then this one is port 80, which is where Nginx is listening to. So this confirms the ports that are opened for us. So here we have both restricted to loopback addresses and not reachable from the outside. Overall, this output confirms only the expected services, which is Nginx and SSH remote access, are exposed externally, while everything else remains internal and secure. So I already mapped it out for you so that when you run this command, you should be able to look out and find out if these ports are open. If they're not open, go back and edit your inbound rule and come back, run the command again and see. All right, the next one is sudo UFW status. This setup is UFW, that's uncomplicated firewalls. This is an Ubuntu built-in firewall. It is active. When I run the command, we'll check the status. Now, beyond having security groups set up, once you launch an Ubuntu AMI, once you launch it, it has its own inbuilt firewalls, its own security. So this one is just the default security. Now, when I run it, we'll just see. We did not enable it on our server because we already have the two security groups that we created, which was port 80 and port 22. So if you want, say in a stricter production environment, you want a more harder and more secure environment, you're going to enable this. So let us check the status and see if this extra firewall that is inbuilt in Ubuntu is active on our EC2 instance or not. So you run this command. I'm going to clear my screen. Don't think I copied it properly. 1 second. All right. So we run the command here, and then we'll see sudo UFW status. So look at the status here. It is inactive because during our configuration, we only use our own created security. So we didn't enable this one, but if it was enabled, then we would have seen that the status would be active. So that's for this drill. Then we'll move on to the next one. Okay. So what proves Nginx is listening on port 8080? So this is an extra answer that you're going to provide if maybe you get to answer that later. If you want to actually confirm that Nginx is running, you run this command that we just did and confirm that Nginx is listening on port 80. You also confirm this one. So you'll be able to provide these answers later. Then the next one is task 2, where we check health, engine service health, and system MD validation. So here we're going to verify that Nginx is properly installed, it is running, it is enabled at reboot, and safely configured. When we reboot our system, would our React app go down? We are going to check it. So the system MD allows us to validate our web server, whether it is installed, whether it's running, whether it's enabled, and whether it's safely configured. So this series of commands that we are going to run will check Nginx service status. It will also check if the service is enabled on reboot. It will validate Nginx configuration. We already did some of these things, but we'll run it again. It will check the running Nginx processes. It will also check with the PID, that's the process ID, is listening on port 80, and it will perform a safe reset test, and then we'll check the status again. So this particular drill that we're about to run is to check our Nginx, that's our web server, check what is happening with it. So the first command is systemctl status Nginx -pager. So we'll run it one after the other and see. Okay, so what does this command do? The systemctl status asks the system the system MD, which is Ubuntu Service Manager, to report the current state of our service, which is Nginx. If you run this command and replace this Nginx with another service, let's say you're checking another service and not Nginx, you're still going to be doing the same thing, which is to show whether that service is running, and not just to show it, it will also pick out the process ID it is running from. It will check how many resource usage that it has, the CPU that it has, it's consuming, and it will also check the recent log entries, how all the things that have been going in and out of that service. So this is what we are going to achieve when we run this command. So why are we doing this? We want to confirm if Nginx itself is running. If it can start, if it can stop, we can monitor all the services. So let us run the command, and then we'll come back and look at what the output it gives us. Okay. So you look at my command here, systemctl status nginx -- no minus pager. This flag is just to filter the information that we need. So look at this here. It's loaded in, this is, if you look at this, this is a file where it is the folder where it is. It is active and running. Running since when? Saturday. Today is what day? Today is 11th Saturday. By what time? 3 minutes to 8. That was when I deployed this. This was when Nginx was started. So currently it is running, and this is the process ID 24718. So this is the main process that is running on 24721. The memory usage, memory usage is 3.1 M, CPU is 173 M. So this shows that our Nginx is active and running. So this is the very first thing that you would do. Most times when you run into these errors, remember to come back and run these drill checks to actually find out what is happening with your system. So this output confirms that Nginx loaded and marked enabled, meaning that once you see that it is enabled here, it means that it can automatically start on system reboot. Let's check that again. So it is active and running. I'm trying to find that. Enabled. It's somewhere in here. So it will tell you, once you see active and enabled, it shows you that this service can survive a reboot. Should anything happen and it needs to reboot, everything doesn't just go down. So other things are the process IDs and when it was created and all that. So the next command, did I run this command twice? Yeah, systemctl is enabled Nginx. So what does this command do? This is a quick focused check that only answers one question. Is the service configured to start automatically when the server boots? Unlike systemctl status, which shows the current running state, plus a lot of extra detail. This one is only going to answer one question. And that question is, can our server survive a reboot? So we'll check and see if it can. Yeah, so this one is a more linear command than the other one. I didn't copy it properly. All right, give me a sec. Okay, so look at it, the output is very small. So systemctl is enabled. So cannot execute binary, of course. Hold on a bit. Sure. Okay. So the output simply returns enabled. Systemctl is enabled Nginx. Sec. I want to confirm that my command is actually correct. Okay. Yes. So the command I initially copied was not correct, so I didn't get the right output. I had typed something else before. All right, so the output we got is enabled. System CTL is enabled. We simply asked question, will this server be able to survive a reboot? And then it simply gave us a simple and clear answer, enabled, yes. So we move on. Then the next one is sudo nginx -t. We already ran this command. This one is one thing that you should never ever miss, because this one you're checking for syntax error. Something as small as a little syntax can keep you doing a lot of troubleshooting and debugging over and over and over. And it will just be something very simple. So once you run, for instance, when you paste the nginx configuration file, you need to run this command to see if there is any syntax error. If there is, it will tell you. So for our case here, it tells us that our syntax is okay. The configuration file, which is inside this folder, /etc/nginx/nginx.config, syntax is okay. No error, no comma, all the blocks are properly done. And then the configuration file test was successful. If you do not get this, when you run this command, sudo nginx -t, and you don't get this output, syntax is okay, or test is successful, it means that what will it point you to? First of all, it will tell you to go back to your configuration file, check your nginx configuration file, run the cat command, view it, and find out if there is any error there. If there is any error, you remove it, you come back, run the command again. And once you get this output, then it shows that all your configuration is correct. This prevents you from running over and over, running over and over and looking for issues when you can actually just do it straight up. So next one is this command. So we use grep command to find things. So what does this command do? PS-AUS will list all running processes on the system with details like the owner, the CPU and memory usage, the exact command used to start them, and we are piping it through grep -nginx. This will filter the list down to only show nginx master and worker processes. So this final command will remove all the grep command, because once you run it, grep will also bring out, it will repeat its own command again. So this grep -v will just filter that out. So the output we are going to get will show us the processes and who owns it. So let's run it first, and then we'll come back and check. We'll interpret it and see what we get. Clear. And then I paste the command. I don't think I copied it right. There's an error in the command. I'm gonna throw it. Give me one sec. Yeah, I didn't copy it right. Okay, so when you run this command, you're going to check. We saw all of these processes before, but this one is just narrowed it better. So we have the process ID, we have the owner. Remember when we ran the command rm-rf, when we wanted to clear the nginx root folder. After clearing it, we ran two very important commands, which was changing ownership and then giving permission. When we change the ownership, the owner of this nginx folder was no longer the home directory or any other thing, or whichever owned it before. We transferred that ownership to www/data. So this is the owner of this, owned by root. This is the process ID. So once you run this command, it will list out all the processes here, all the processes on your system. Okay, I've talked about this. So one is owned by master process, owned by the roots. We saw that command there. The other one is owned by this command when we change ownership, of course. So the as a root because it needs privileges to bind it to port 80 and manage other worker processes. When you're watching your Udemy videos, just pay attention to all of these things because anytime you run into an error, not just an error, these are things that you can do on your server to make sure that it is healthy. So we're going to run this command, sudo ssl-lptn brackets sports equals :80 is a whole mouthful. So why are we running this command? This confirms very specifically exactly which process ID is bound to port 80, which is the port Nginx must hold for the website to be reachable over HTTP. This is useful both to very normal operation and in troubleshooting scenarios to catch cases where a different process might accidentally be occupying port 80 and blocking Nginx. So when you run this command, you specifically we specified port 80 here. So we'll confirm to ensure that no other process is running on port 80, that only Nginx is the one running there. So Nginx got the process IDs, the users. Who is the user here? Nginx. This is the process that it's running. So listening port is port 80. So we are very sure once you run this, we just want to make sure that what the port that is listening on our web is what we actually enabled, which is port 80 here. And what is the process that is run? The process is Nginx, and this is the master ID process and other ones. So once you run this command, you can be able to tell who is occupying what. All right, so the next one is sudo systemctl restart Nginx. So why is this command important? So now, okay, I think I missed one. We're supposed to shut it down and open it again. Oh, okay. No, we'll do that later. So when you run sudo systemctl restart Nginx, now remember that the first time we talked about Nginx being enabled in a way that it can survive reboots, right? So, sorry. So what this command stops the Nginx service completely and starts it afresh as opposed to reload. So when you run reload, it's not going to stop the service, to just simply reload it. Sudo systemctl reload Nginx, it will simply reload. But when we do sudo systemctl restart Nginx, it will stop the service and restart it again. Now, imagine that we did not enable Nginx, we did not do that. Once this thing stops, it will not be able to restart by itself. It will not refresh. So we'll run this command to disrupt it. This restart is a more disruptive test. It briefly drops the services entirely before bringing it up, simulating what would happen if Nginx needs a full restart. So if there is a crash or a major config change, we are going to simulate whether our services can actually stop and start and refresh and start immediately. So all of these things happens in seconds as well. So let's run the command to see how Nginx will behave. All right. Please, if you're following me, I don't know if I'm too fast. If you're following me, please just give me a reaction. Let me know that I'm not just yapping to myself. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So let's run this command now. I think we're going to take questions later. Someone's hand is open. Give me a sec. My network is acting up again. Let's just give it a second and see. Okay, I don't know. This one is my own network issue. So Just give me a sec. Let's see whether it will come back. This
Hello,
is
Joy.
my, yes, my laptop is hanging.
Hey, can we try turning off the camera for now?
Okay, to see if it's
Maybe
better.
it's
Okay.
even that.
Okay, let me see. It still hasn't worked, but let me just give it more time. One sec. Okay. If this doesn't work, I'm going to close this entirely and restart it. I don't think we have this time to, I don't think we have time to, okay, it's running. All right. So this was just a network glitch. I'm going to run this command again to show you that it doesn't really take time. This is my network, not Nginx active.
Joy,
This is
don't
not
worry.
Nginx.
You are doing quite well. Okay. So take your
Okay.
time. So it's also helping a student to understand, grab it. Okay. I'm really stick
Okay.
with my screen. I'm really enjoying it. So just go
Okay.
ahead with your pace. No worries.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, so let's do the command. Okay, now we ran the command and then we didn't get any output. So which means that the test that we did worked fine. So Nginx stopped and started and restarted immediately. So the glitch that we experienced is just from my part. So no output, which is the expected and desired results. System only prints something if the restart fails or produces a warning. So the absence of any errors message or anything tells you that the restart happened successfully. Your system stopped and Nginx stopped and restarted on its own. So which was why that configuration enabled was very important. Now, since we've done a little bit of a reset to our system, we are going to try to check it again to see if Nginx is still active, because it is not enough that you run the command, you did a restart, and then you didn't get any output. You need to actually be very confident that your Nginx is still active. So we are going to run this to confirm. So why are we doing this? After performing a restart, it is important to confirm that the services actually came back up correctly, rather than assuming success just because the restart command didn't throw any error. So let's do that and confirm it. Okay. So back, we see that it is active and running. It is also enabled. So this was what I was looking for before, but my eyes didn't catch it here. So enable shows us that if there is any reboot that happens, it is going to come back and will not affect us. But active now, once we are done with restarting, we came back to actually confirm, and here we have it active and running. Okay, so we move on to the next one. Okay, I think we are done with task 2. Now, this is your own part. When you finish, you're going to explain all of these things. So I won't go into it because that's your responsibility. So the next one is we are going to check logs and request trace. So the goal is to verify real traffic flow. All these commands that I've been running, checking Nginx and my web server, those are going to be collecting as logs. That logs will tell you the traffic response, the access log, who logged in, any errors. This is just to check the traffic, the inflow happening in your server. So we're going to run a series of drills to confirm that all of this. So we'll start taking it. So you need your IP address here to actually run this. So I'm going to copy my IP address and put it in this command. I think I have my IP address. Okay, no, this would be a different one. So just give me a sec to get my IP address and then we'll do it. Okay, this is my search. 2. I want to be sure that this is the right EC2. Should be this one. 92. Okay. Yeah. So I'll copy my IP address here. So when it gets to your turn, please just take your own IP address. Consider what you have in solution document as placeholder. Okay, so this may likely look like gibberish, but you as DevOps should be able to interpret what is here. So I already did that, so I'm going to look at it from my document. So when we run this command, 1 second. So what does this command do? The core of this sends an HTTP request to a given URL, that is the URL to my EC2 instance, and prints the response. The -S flag means a silent mode, suppressing progress bar and extra call output. So we just put this X command just to make sure that we have a more compressed output. So the task description says this: you should produce no terminal output, but in your case, core actually printed the raw HTML file. This is fine and expected since -S only hides core's own progress, not the actual page. So why this? This step generates real traffic to the server, which is important for the next task we're about to do. So it also serves a basic content check, confirming that the server actually returns the expected HTML for our React app, not an error page. Remember that we have an index.html, just one, since it's a one-page React app. So the HTML output of our React app is index.html file, exactly as a browser would receive it before rendering. You can see the standard create React app boilerplate. The title page, I'll show you in a minute. So this is just a HTTP request that we ran. So I'll show you our index is somewhere here. Yeah, that is it. So this is just to generate traffic in our server. So clearly that's what it is. So let me clear it and run the next one. Okay, so the next one is call my -I, then our IP address. Let me be sure that I'm dealing with the right IP address. Yes. That could likely throw an error if I'm not careful. Okay. Okay. So the first command that we ran confirms that we are receiving traffic, that our server is receiving traffic. But this one is going to confirm the health status of those data that we are receiving. So it lets us to inspect useful metadata like content type, size, and caching info. The most important line is http:/200 is okay, confirming that the server successfully processed the request and returned the page without error. So the first one, we are able to generate traffic and we're able to see the HTML that it is serving, which is index.html. Then this particular command is going to confirm that our server can process that request and return that page without an error. So let's run the command and see if there is going to be an error or not. Okay, 1 second. Okay. So look at it here, Nginx. So there is no error. The content type is text HTML. connection is keep alive. So this, our server returns HTTP 1.0200 is okay, which is a line that we are looking for. So our server is healthy. If it is not healthy, you're going to get an error thrown up. So this confirms it. Now the next one, we will check. We are still checking our logs. So this minus tail n sudo tail minus n30 /var/log/nginx/access.log. So this command displays the last 30 entries in our nginx access log. The access log records every HTTP request made to the server, including the visitor's IP address, the time of the request source, the HTTP response code, and the browser or tool that made that request. This is a very extensive log analysis. So why are we doing this? We use this command to verify that Nginx is correctly logging info traffic. Every traffic that our web server generates is going to help us to monitor whether they are legitimate visitors. It will troubleshoot issues and identify suspicious or malicious requests targeting our server. So if you feel like there is somebody, your server is getting hacked or something, I think this would be a very good point to start from. You run this command, it will give you the last 30 entries, the last 30 visitors that you had, including the IP address, to show you the IP address, to show you the time, so that you can tell if you are getting the kind of traffic that your website expects. So the log will show a combination of normal traffic and automated scanning activity. Legitimate visitors access the home page, which is /1. And the download files such as the CSS, the style sheet, the JavaScript bundle, and all this. Your own core request also appears in the log as well. That's the ones that have been running. So this will confirm that the test request reached the server and was successful. So let's run it and see what has been happening there. So we'll come back here and look at the analysis because I've done this before. Okay, clear my screen and I run this. Okay, so the last 30 lines, and look at the traffic. Okay, so who has been coming here? The IP address is here. On what date? July 11, which is just mostly me assessing all this. So this is the time. So this is what I've been doing. So this shows you the log. This would allow you to find out if there is any nefarious activities happening here, and you'd be able to catch it on time. So these are the core commands that I ran as well. I just did this one up to a minute ago. So it logged in the time. So 9:48, so 9:39, 9:44. So this is the time. Look at this command. If you can recall when I ran this command. So this would show you, it will just log in the last 30 entries. You can make this number any number, last 100 entries or anything. So this would tell you what this was or who has been accessing it, including the IP address and the device that they are using. So this is a very important health check for your server. So this confirms that your test request reached the server and was successful. The logs also contain several requests for files such as .env, service account key.json, service account.json, all that. These are common targets used by automated bots. There are automated bots that are always searching for any exposed configuration files. So these lines also tells me whether the bots that are trying to check if I have any exposure. That's why it's always important to be very careful about whatever you're exposing, because they will do that. Now, additionally, there are entries containing unreadable characters. Yes, I saw that return a 400 bad request response. These are HTTP and TLS handshake attempts. When we get to networking AWS, you're going to understand this thing more. So although many of the scanning requests returned a 200 OK response, this does not mean that these requested sensitive files exist. Instead, your Nginx configuration uses a React single page application fallback. I've talked about this before. If you request for any HTML that I do not have, it will serve you that my single index.html. This line that we had in our configuration file. So if you're looking for about page, I don't have it. So instead of it to throw up a 400 bad request or 404 error, it will simply serve you the one page that I have, which is the index.html. So that's basically what this one is. So I think my documentation ended here. So let me see if we still have more checks to be done here and we can run it too. Okay, we've done this. Nginx. So give me a sec. Yeah, we just finished this one. System health check. Okay, so we're going to run this one now. The uptime, we're going to be checking this number of space that our server is consuming uptime. So let's run them one by one and see what the rest of the output is. Okay. So please give me a reaction if you've not slept off while I'm yapping alone. Let me check whether we are sleeping or just me. Like it's just me. Show me too. So please give me a reaction. Let me be sure that I'm not the only one here and we are not all sleeping. Okay, thank you. All right, let's get back to business. Thank you. Okay, so I run this command uptime. Now, look at the timestamp here, 9:55, which would be when, okay, there are about three users. The load time is 0.0, very fast. So this is a command that once you run it, you can tell. It will give you the timestamp and how many users accessing here. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay, free minus H. That's good. Okay. So this just tells me the disk space that we have. So when we are choosing our Ubuntu operating system, we went with free eligible. So because it's actually enough, the CPU given, the space given is enough for our application. So we just check usage. The total free usage is 235. We've used this one. This is a total 908. We've used a 356 and this is the remaining one. So that's just what this command does. Next, dh minus f. So this one gives us a longer version. The file system is in root. It just tells you the size that is used. Just gives you more details, the percentage, what is available, where it is mounted on. So that's just basically what this does. Check space, that's disk space. So it gives you a longer version and more details than the previous one that we ran. Check something. Okay. So this is going to list all the directories. The one that we saw here will show us a percentage. That's the previous one that we ran. Check the percentage of the usage, the total memory that was used, what is available and all. Like the free eligible that we use is actually enough. We don't really have to pick something bigger. But if you're if you're hosting a bigger operating system with wider space, then you can use that to check what is consuming what. Sorry, I want to clear my space. Okay, so these ones are folders. Sorry that this is blocking my space, so I can't really see what is here. But these are all the directories that are listed here and the level of usage that they have. So That's just what they are, /var, /log, /run, backup, crash, local, and all that. So that concludes it for this. So you do write all your parts. So deployment verification. I think this is the last one. We've done all of these ones. Okay. Give me a sec to find where we are. Sudo backup. Web application failure simulation. Okay, give me a sec. Let me find where we are. Okay, so what we are going to do now is our deployment verification. We're going to ensure that the React app is deployed and Nginx is serving it properly. Even though we can all confirm that, but doing these incidents simulations, we just confirm that everything is still working. So we are going to be running this command one after the other. This one will check logs, we'll check var/ww/html, list what is in there. Then we'll list the first 20 entries. We'll run deployed by, just, where I made the changes and put my name. We'll check if it is there. Then we'll check whether this returns. Anytime that someone asks for what we don't have, maybe the person is asking for about page, we'll be able to make sure that it returns our index.html, the default. So we'll run this one after the other to confirm. Okay. Okay. So ls, so anytime you run ls-l, you're listing the files inside a folder in a long version. This long version would give you other details that ls only would not give you. This will give you the permission that all these files have. It will give you the owner. It will give you how many the disk usage, the timestamp. So running this ls-la/var/ww/html /head -n20. This just tells it to give me this many numbers. And then this is the folder where we want to view the content, and then viewing it in a long form. Here, look at the permission. Anytime when you start watching your videos, look at that permission part very well, because almost everything depends on it. So we have, this is D. If you can see this, DRWXR. So D shows that this is a directory. So R is read, W is write, X is execute. So the owner has read, write, execute. The group has only read, no write, then they have execute. Then this one has only read. So when you go through it, you'll be able to understand what this RWXR means. So this command just gives you all the files inside this particular folder and additional information about them. Okay. So take it here, 1 second, just want to be sure. Okay, so this grep command is really something that should get in handy anytime that you want to find something. Is different from the find command. There is a find as well. There is a whole lot. But look at this though. This was the part where I configured my name as Joy Okpabi. Somehow I'm still managing to see that. Oh, hold on. Let me be sure that I got the command right. Deployed by. Okay. Yeah, same command is right. So this place are still readable. This deployed by Joy Ukpab is here. This post is part of the free DevOps micro internship. So this is what our React app is serving. So, but this just gives you the non-readable part. They are readable, but just the configuration part. So welcome to my React app is here. This is the index.html, what it is serving. This app is running on Nginx. This post is free for DevOps. So it gives you how many lines. Let me see, the command gave how many lines. So it just gave you, so you can actually confirm whether that thing is properly done. So I could see my name deployed by Joy and other things on the index.html. Then we'll try this one. We ran something like this before where we confirmed that we can, any request that is outside one index.html, it can, our React app can just serve it to the index.html that we have. If anybody makes a request outside what is available, it's going to return the default. So this is it. We tried in our Nginx configuration file, this line was added to ensure that any request that is outside what is inside index.html, instead of returning an error or 500 bad, to give you a bad gate, 545 bad gateway, I think that's the error message, or you get 404, any error message at all. Instead of getting that error message when you try looking for about page or a dashboard or any feature that our React app doesn't have, this command tells, this configuration tells you to return index.html. So whatever you add /about, you will find our welcome to React app deployed by. So this is, we are checking whether this file, this was enabled. We've checked that before. So that concludes this part. Our expected output is deployed by, I showed you where my name, where it was confirmed. So which shows that our React app was built properly. And then these routes, the React route works properly on refresh, and Nginx is configured for SPA deployment. So we are heading to the last part of the incident drill, which is Nginx configuration failure simulation. Okay, so this is the command that we are going to be running. My original, okay, you don't need to hear that. Sudo nano /etc/nginx/site/available/default. So when we run this, we are going to try to access this folder where Nginx configuration is. If you don't add the sudo, the super user permission is going to throw an error. So that's why you have the sudo there. Unless I am switching to super user, which I don't have intention of doing that. So if you remember, this is our configuration file. So this just allows us to open it and check if there is any syntax error, check if this SR files, this Suri index.html file is there, check whether it's listening to the right port, which is port 80. This is also one way to debug. It is a very important debugging step. When you start getting all those errors, you come back and check your configuration file. Is it listening? Did you configure it to listen to port 80, or do you configure it to listen to a different port? This could change to port 8080. And then our server name, then the roots where our file is. What's our file? Index.html file. This is where it is. So this configuration, this command will just open it and allows you to view it. If you look at here, you see that I am inside an editor, which is Nano editor. So I'll just do Control X and I'll exit. So sudo, you tell Nano to open this file so that you can check if your configuration is correct. Then sudo nginx -t. I think I've run this command before. I've done all this before. Yes, we have done. It was rearranged. Okay, all right. Okay, so sorry, give me a sec to put this together. So assignment 6, Nginx configuration. We've tested all that, our config. I've done all of this, Nginx sudo -t as systemctl. simulation failure. I think we've done that already. Call, IP, is there anyone? Security and reliability check. Okay, I think we are done. We are done. Once I want to confirm that we did all of our tests. Sorry, give me a sec. Let me be sure that all our simulations was done. Okay. Okay, yes. So we're going to do web application failure simulation. So yeah, that's the last part. So the very first thing that we're going to do, what this means is that we're going to simulate failure, right? So we're going to delete our hello, can anyone hear me? Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, my network got interrupted, so I wasn't sure. Okay, so the very first thing we're going to do something, clear our Nginx folder. But before doing that, we're going to back it up somewhere. We'll back up the deployed web application directory safely, and then we'll create an empty directory with the same name as the previous web directory. This simulates missing deployment content. Then we'll confirm failure. We'll verify that the application is no longer serving any content. Then we'll restore it back, and then we'll restart Nginx service, and then we'll confirm that it is recovered. So we're going to run this command step by step and check. The first one is sudo mv. When you start looking at watching Linux commands, these ones are going to come up. So we're going to create a folder, this folder here, this backup folder. This one is where our configuration file is. So this sudo mv will create and move the content of this into this place. After create, oh yeah, so we are renaming, sorry. After doing that, we'll create this sudo mkdir -p. This -p flag is if this does not exist already, create it. So we are going to create a parent folder here, and then after moving it, we are going to run this command with our IP address to confirm our IP address, and then we'll remove this sudo rm-rf. We'll clear this folder, and then we'll move this to a safer place. We'll restart Nginx, and then we'll go back and check our simulation. So we'll run the command one after the other, and then we'll see. So I'm going to do this two at once. So one sec. Okay. So we've been able to create extra folder backup where we can store our stuff should anything happen. So I'm going to put my IP address here. Let me find the IP. 1 second to find my IP. Okay, this is my IP address. Oh, okay. I can't really change it here. All right, let me use Notepad. Okay, so I'll just change the placeholder and put it here. Ready. So I'll run the command. Syntax error. Yeah, I didn't set it properly. Syntax errors. So let me clean it up more. Let me see what I did not do well. Oh, I know what it is. I left the placeholder there. Syntax error. Without removing the error. Yeah, no syntax error anymore. Okay, so internal error. Our server is Nginx. We launched it by this time. So now there is a 545 internal error here, which means that our server is no longer serving Nginx. Let's go and confirm. Let's confirm. Where did I run my React app? 1 second. Okay, so you see it. So what I did was I created a folder, created a backup folder, and copied Nginx, my index.html, that's my source code. I copied it into a safe far place backup and then simulated a server error. I simulated this because Nginx is no longer serving anything. So that's why on my terminal, I could already see it here when it says HTTP 1.1500 internal server error here. What is our web server? That's Nginx. We deployed it on Saturday. The content type is HTML. Contentless 186 and connection is closed. So we were able to stimulate this failure. Now let's bring it up again to command and then we'll restart it back. Something else was placed in here. So I'm going to copy it back and put it here. Sorry, I don't know, my mouse has been funny. So I'll do one after the other. Okay. Did I run this command twice? Yes, I did. Okay. Right. So I'm going to restore it now. I'm moving it back now from backup. I'm copying it back into my HTML. I'm moving it back to the Nginx root folder, taking it from the backup that I created. So no error threw up, which means it's successful. But the only way to find out is to restart Nginx so that the configuration changes would take effect. So restart, and then this will finally confirm it. So let me copy the command from my notepad. So let's see what we get, whether we are back. All right, so I intentionally didn't want to clean my terminal because I wanted to give a run through of this simulation that we just did. So the very first thing that we did was what the essence of this simulation was to see how our server will behave when there is a misconfiguration. So what I did was to remove what's my var/ww/html, which is the folder that is housing my source code. So I had to create a backup and move the content into that backup. Once I did, I created a folder where I moved it into and then cleared it. Then I checked my I ran this command curl -1 just to confirm what is happening on my web, whether it is healthy. So it returned that it was unhealthy with a 500 internal server error. So there was something wrong, the configuration, there was something wrong with the server. So then that server is Nginx, which I launched on Saturday, 11 July. The content is text and all that. So after doing that, I showed you on my screen, I showed it to you on my screen that this went off. So let me reload it and see if it's back. So just give it a sec. So it's live back. Welcome back to my React app. So why this is back was after I stimulated that change, on my terminal, I could see that something was wrong. There was a server error. I already know what the error is because I stimulated it. So when you run this command, you're doing it to check the health of your server. Curl -I, then HTTP/ your IP address. You run it, it gives you details of how your server is behaving. So after doing that, I went ahead to remove whatever I had put inside that file. This command was double run wrong. So sudo rm -rf, remove forcefully. So rm to remove this recursively and forcefully, which means clean up everything that is inside this folder. After doing that, I ran this very command to move it back. Move this backup. See the backup folder I created where I moved the Nginx folder. I did sudo mv, take this back into the original file where it is, which is var/www/html. Once I did that, I refreshed my web server. I restarted my web server by running sudo systemctl restart nginx. Once that was done, I had to check again to see if my server is healthy again, and it returned 200 is okay. Server is nginx, and the time is 10:17 when I launched it. So it's alive. Connection is alive. So in this one, connection was closed. In this one, connection is alive. So that is our server simulation. So this is just a very easy thing to do to confirm. The output is the request fails. That's the first one that we got. And then it returns to 200. Okay. So that's about, let me see if there is anyone, security and reliability. Okay, that's all. So that concludes assignment 3. I don't know, sorry. So this concludes the last this assignment 4 rather, 4 or 3, I don't know. So this tells us we have done a simulation just to clean up our server and see what happens there, how we are going to respond to troubleshooting. If there's any errors, you can just go through these drills to find out the errors and how to fix it. So I don't know whether we are taking a break or whether we are going on to do the last one. So that's it.
Hi, Joy. Thank you so much. You maybe stop sharing your screen. I know you must be tired.
You're welcome, sir. Okay.
Hey guys, how you guys are feeling?
Yeah.
All good? How's the energy? Give some of the action so we know. Tired? Enjoying? Perfect. Perfect. Super. Guys, I know this is a lot of complex topic, okay? Maybe it could be a little bit tough for you at this stage, but thing is that after this session, after today, once you sleep well in the night, wake up tomorrow morning, when you start going through all the lectures, you'll be able to relate, okay, what Joy was speaking from the last 3 hours, 4 hours. Everything will start making more sense, and this will be the more practical way of learning. Okay, so we could take a short break. And before that, guys, to be very honest, do let me know. So now we have done the 3 assignment. and 3 more assignment is pending, and I know we are not going to complete it. Joy also must be tired, okay? Speaking continuously, it takes a lot of energy. When I speak for the 3 hours, 4 hours, I get literally tired, okay? But other than that, how is you guys' energy? Do you want to continue the demo more? Of course, we're going to take some break. So what is your thoughts? Shall we continue with the demo, or do you want to go for some theory? What do you think?
Positive.
No, peer review, continue. Let's continue. Theory, demo, peer review, same theory. Super, let's continue. Wow. Sort of looks mixed of the feeling. Okay. Of course, we'll do the break. Peer reviews, theory, complex. Wallahi. Joy is giving us joy. Yes, it's giving you joy. Send a pool. Yes, I understand. Okay, after talking that much, I also feel like I would just want to go in some cold water for the couple of hours. Just sleep. It's so tiring. Break. Okay, guys, I think we can continue. Okay, we'll do one more. Joy, how much time it will take the next demo? You are muted.
Okay. Not necessarily, shouldn't take time. We are deploying again. We are deploying portfolio websites, but we've already created EC2 instance. We've configured it, so we can
Right.
do it or not.
So this is
But that's
portfolio
it.
website, right? I think it's going to be quite simple, and it will be fulfilling as well. Okay, guys, once you will do it, okay, and you will feel much better. Okay, you will see the whole picture. So let's do a quick break. Okay, 10 minutes of the break. Go ahead, stretch your leg and have a cold water, and see you guys in the 10 minutes. 10 minutes break. I'm starting the timer. See you guys in the 10 minutes.
What happened now? Okay.
Joe, you are unmuted.
Yes, I've unmuted myself. How you doing?
Hey, give me a minute. 1 minute.
Wait, are we on WhatsApp call or? Anjana?
Yeah, I have another call. Give me 1 minute.
Hey guys, welcome back. If you're back, please type back in the chat box. And let me make Joy co-host. I think she dropped. Join back again. Very good, guys. Thank you so much. So, Joy, you are co-host now. Okay, guys. So now let's go to the next assignments. Oh, perfect. Super. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, guys. Okay, Joy, over to you. And everyone, please make sure your camera is turned on. Oh,
Okay,
guys.
so I want 1 second, please. Why is it not showing on my?
Guys, I'm going to remove. There's so many people, their camera is turned off here. What you guys are doing over here? Wait. Let me remove you guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Just tolerate me for some time. I will soon be done. So this is the last one that we're about to do. We already have our EC2 configured. We have our Nginx installed. We make sure that our security is properly configured. So we're not starting from scratch. So this one is not going to take us from beginning. We are actually starting from somewhere. So I'll be sharing my screen right away, and then we'll just get into it. Okay. So, give me a sec to hide this. Okay. All right, so let me start. Let's look at it from Udemy first so that we can see what we are dealing with. Okay, so the assignment should take us about 45 minutes, and we are deploying an Epic Book Portfolio website using Nginx. And then our objective is to make sure that in this assignment, you will deploy a static portfolio website on Ubuntu VM using Nginx. This assignment will help you to understand real-world Linux server deployment, static website hosting, and Nginx web server configuration. I'm sure that at this point, you already know a little bit of this. So now imagine that you're a junior DevOps engineer and your responsibility is to deploy the website correctly, ensure that Nginx serves the website reliably, and prove ownership by adding your deployment details. Then verify the website publicly through its IP address. So this is what we are going to be doing now. We'll do it step by step, and then we'll be able to get it right. So our prerequisites are an Ubuntu VM running. We've already done that in assignment 3. So we are going to reuse the same thing. Then we'll make sure that Nginx is installed, that our internet, we have internet access, and then there's port 80 opened in security group, and as well SSH. So let's begin. Now let me check if I'm still logged in. So I'm clearly logged in. Now what we are going to, the very first thing that you're going to consider is this is hanging, just give it the time, give it a second. I need to stop. So the very first thing you're going to put in mind is how to manage your resources. Now recall that we simply just deployed a React application now using Nginx. So we are going to first of all confirm if this our website, the web server is still active and is still running. So it's not just enough for me to go clear Nginx folder and deploy a portfolio website in it. I need to first of all do some checks. These checks will tell me that my web server is healthy because I want to reuse that web server to deploy a portfolio website. So I'm going to check it. I will check my Nginx, then I'll check the host name. So I'm going to run this command one after the other just to do testing. Let's see if my server, okay. So this time, this logged me out because I lost internet connection. So I'll just come back and get back in it. So I'm not going to be updating the server because I had done it before. Remember that as soon as the first thing I did once I logged in was to run sudo apt update -y, which pulled in all the packages within Ubuntu repository. And then I ran sudo apt upgrade, which upgraded all the package lists to their latest version, so that when you install npm, when you install Nginx, when you install any services in your Ubuntu server, Ubuntu, you will be able to pull it from Ubuntu's repository as the latest version. That the morning. So I've logged to my server here. So I ran this command all over space. I think it's very important. I hope that it doesn't persist. So when I run command host name, it's going to print the server's host name, which will confirm the machine that I'm working with. Now, when we get to AW, we're going to learn how to configure your host, because you might get to a point where you have to be working with many servers, not just Ubuntu server. You may be in charge of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countless numbers, and you may not be able to know them by name. You can rename them. So, but I'm not going to do it now because there is a section for that. So we are going to be using just Ubuntu. So when I run this, I'm supposed to return the name of my server, which is Ubuntu. So let's see if I am back. It still logs me out. If Git bash isn't taking it, we'll go do it from AWS. So please give it some time and let's see. Okay, so we are back in. So I'm gonna clear my screen. This doesn't want to clear the screen. So let me do something. Maybe Git bash is not answering me. Let me use a VS Code. And just use this one to rest for a bit. Run it as an administrator. So I'm changing my terminal to see if this one is going to, if VS Code will receive more internet. I don't know, just a second option. So if anybody can remember that the very first thing I have to do is to locate where my keep is. So in my VS Code, I'm just waiting for it. So I'll run ls. So I'll go into, these are the directories that I have in here. So I should be able to go into the download. Where am I? PWD. Okay, oh, I was in Agentic AI. So I'm gonna do cd dot dot slash dot dot cd dot dot slash dot dot pwd, just to know where I am. I'm still okay. Slash dot dot. I'm supposed to just run cd tilt so that it can take me to the root, but somehow that is not working. So yes, I'm back to the root. So the commands I'm running is pwd just to confirm where I am before I run it. So I want to go into the download folder. Okay, ls. So I'm looking for my key just to confirm that I have my perm key here before. So look at the perm key here. So this is it, epic read perm key. So I have it in here. So because it's here, when I run the SSH command, I'll be able to get into my server. So let me copy my IP address. It's already copied here. Let me take this one so that I can take it here. Put it on VS Code. So let me clear my screen. So PWD will always tell you where you are. It's very important. So somehow, I don't know, my laptop has this, so just bear with me. Okay, I am logged in. All right, so remember, I wanted to check my host name just to make sure that I'm still in the same Ubuntu machine where the React app is hosted. So come on, network, please. Okay. Whichever one is working, I'll use. That is wrong. Okay, I don't know, this is a network issue. I'm logged in, but somehow everything is hanging. And okay, let me try something. Try to close up most of these things. I need this one. VS Code. This is not working, so let me even close it just to make sure that I'm using this one. Okay. Close this. Close this. Let me just close it and see if okay. All right. I'm just trying to see if I can get, if my network can improve by closing down some of these things running. Let me check again. Okay, so PWD, I'm just in my roots. CD, I don't know what is happening. Yeah, close it. Cancel. Okay. Okay. Let's see whether this is going to work. I'm having terrible connection. I don't know how to. Let me see if I can switch. Okay, so this seems to be back. So I run host name. It's still to pick up in time. All right, so look at it, has printed my IP address here. So printing my IP address confirms that I am in the right machine. So I am not having a very good time with my network. So I apologize for it. Okay. So the next one, I just want to make sure that everything is in order before we start deployment, because that's the very first thing I need to do since I'm reusing a pre-configured virtual machine. So I need to ensure. So looking at it, you can find out that Nginx is still running, is still active, and is still running, then it's still enabled. So the configuration is right. So I'm not starting from scratch because this virtual machine has been properly configured. The only thing I'm going to do is to just start my deployment. So the first thing I will do is to get my website source code. So there are two ways I can do this. I'm going to show you those two ways so that you can choose any one. If this one doesn't work for you, you can try this. So get the source code. Our source code is in GitHub, right? So the very first one we can try is to download it directly on a virtual machine. So this is it. So what you would do is you SSH in, which I've already done, then we download it. Now, when you go to GitHub, I actually want to go to GitHub and show you something. So this is the portfolio website. Where is it? Okay. It's my arrows. Okay. This is funny. Let's see. Okay. I'm coming. I want to find it in the references where our source code is. Okay, yeah. So this is my source code. So I would navigate to this. Let's go to GitHub. So this is the source code this is the source code for the portfolio website. Normally, when you want to clone, you just do this, you copy it, and then you use git clone. But if you go down a bit, you click on this, you'll find a download here. So when you click on this, it will download into your local machine. Go to your download as a zipped file. So there are I'm going to show you two ways that you can use to copy your source code into your virtual machine. This is this. So I've been able to download it. So here, it will take me to my download folder. This is where it is. And then I'll click here, I will extract it. So look at extract all, I will extract it. And it will go to this folder here. Then I'll click extract. So it has extracted. This is no longer a zipped file. It's no longer, it has compressed it. So I now have it here. Now, going back to my terminal here, since this is running, my intention is to copy this into source code into my EC2 instance. But if you look here, you see that I'm logged into my EC2 instance, but my source code is not in my EC2 instance yet. It is in my local machine. So how do I move it from there to this place? I will try two methods like I told you. So this one, I want to try to download it straight into my EC2. Then I will show you the local machine, the one I just downloaded now. So we use wget. So the wget command is going to just directly install. You're going to use it to directly download it straight into your EC2 instance. So give me a sec. All right, so I copy this. This is option A, which is that downloading it directly. So I SSH into my machine like I have done, and then I will use wget to download it. But before doing that, I need to install something. Unzip. Unzip is a software that will allow me to unzip the same way that I used extract all as a feature to extract the main source code to turn it into a compressed file. The same way I use extract to do that on my system, I'm going to use this unzip. So I need to first of all install this. Sometimes some virtual machine will come with it, but if it doesn't come, I will just go ahead and install unzip. So I run sudo apt install unzip -y. So I'll copy this. then come to my machine. I want to be sure someone is hearing me. Okay, all right. So I'll come back here to my machine. I'll paste it, and then I'll install this. Unpacking. All right, so I've been able to install unzip. So this is going to allow me to extract the file because it's coming as a zipped file. So it's going to allow me to extract it. So now that I've unzipped it, so this is what I will do. I will now use widgets to install it. So I'll copy this command and then I run it here. I always like my screen to be clear, so you don't have to squint to see it. All right. Okay. So, all right. So this comes as a zipped file. So look at it .zip. So let me extract it now into my machine so that I can have a better format. So all right, so it has unzipped it. Let's do ls. Okay, first of all, I like to see what I'm looking at. Let me clear my screen. So if you look at here, you find out that I have 3 folders, 2 folders and one software rather. So the first one is this Praveen Mishra's portfolio website, which is the source code that I'm going to deploy. The second one is my React app, which is currently what Nginx is serving. So this is the one that I want. So let's look at the content and see what is in here. So I do cd. So I'll navigate into this folder. Okay, so now that I'm in there, I'll see contents. So I have readme.md, I have images, I have index.html, privacy.html, style.css, terms.html. So I have how many HTML files? I have 1, 2, 3. Unlike my React app, which I have only one index.html, this one has terms and conditions and all that. So as a DevOps engineer, always know that the README is a very important document that before you start deploying, first of all, do cat readme, sorry. readme.md. I hope I'm saying it right. So I want to see the content. I want to get instruction. Now, when you run cat readme.md, what you're trying to do is to look at the instruction, because the person who is giving you source code will definitely leave you with some instructions. So it tells you what this repo is about. So it says, this repository contains a clean, professional-looking static portfolio website. Use, sorry, excuse me. Used in DevOps micro internship DMI week 1 to practice Linux basics, Nginx hosting, deployment proof/ownership, production style checks. Students will deploy this website on Ubuntu VM using Nginx and keep it live for 24 hours. Who is this for? DMI student, beginner to intermediate. Anyone learning how to host a static website using Nginx on Linux. What you will build: portfolio style website hosted on Ubuntu, Nginx, and accessed through a public IP address, http:/this. Mandatory ownership of proof. Before you deploy, you must edit the footer and add your details. Original is HTML. This is the original, the footer, and then you add your own footer here. Add your own footer, which is your name. This is a placeholder name, your group, and what week we are in. A sec. So what group that we are in. So this proof must be visible in your browser screenshot submission. So the README would provide you everything you need to know. If you're trying to deploy and you run into a confusion or you do not understand what the project is, your first reference point is readme.md. So have the habit to read your README. You can use Nano to open it in editor, or you can use cat like I just did, cat readme.md to print the contents of your screen and you get your instruction here. So let me clean up the README so that we can continue. So now that we have our instructions set for us, so the next thing we are going to do is to start. Now we've been able to install it and unzip it, but I promised I was going to show you 2 ways to do it because that may come in handy next time. So now we have to deploy this inside. We have to download it from GitHub, right? And now we have it as a file inside our file explorer. And then we've been able to extract it. It's no longer a zipped file. So this will save this as inside the download folder we've extracted locally. And then we are going to upload it to our VM. Now, this may not necessarily have to be this particular project, but as we go on, you're going to find out that this particular practice will come in handy. So we have a command called SCP, which is securely copy. Anytime you want to copy something from your local machine to your EC2, there is a pattern that you would have to follow. So first of all, you need to make sure that the file or folder you want to transfer is inside the same location where your PEM key is, this PEM key again. So you navigate to your download folder. This is where your PEM key is. If it's not there, make sure that these 2 files are in one place. Then, since the PEM key is there and what you want to copy is there, you find out that both of them are in the same place. Then you run this command. I'll break down this command now. You do SCP. Sorry, let me pull this up. One sec. Not this. All right. So SCP -I. SCP means securely copy. So this securely copy is giving you, using this command to copy this folder into your EC2 instance. So the first one is the command. Then this flag -I tells you to use this PEM key and copy this folder. But notice that there is a flag here, -R. It means copy recursively. So this means that you are inside that present folder. So copy everything inside that folder. What is the folder? Praveen Mishra portfolio template main. So copy everything and take it to Ubuntu at this address. You put in your public IP address. So once you put it here, take it to this folder. There is a folder which is created in the root /portfolio -option B. This is going to be created. So once you run this command, you would securely copy this into your EC2 instance. Now, supposing that your PEM key is in a different location and your downloaded source code folder, sorry, your template folder, yes, your source code is in a different folder. PEM key is in a different folder. Your source code is in a different folder. Now you're going to have this command longer. You're going to provide a full path of that folder here. The full path, let's see, I'll show you how to find that full path. Let's go to my file explorer. Okay, suppose this is the unzipped file. So you click here, right click, and then you see properties. So this property, look at location here. This is the full path for this folder here. So you just copy it. Instead of doing guesswork, what you just do is, like I said, you come to the folder that you want to copy because you don't have the PEM key and your source code in one folder. So you need to add their path. You need to direct SSH to where it is moving that file from. So you come here, you do right click, and then you can do copy as path. That works. You can just view properties and copy the location here. See, you see it here, c-user/admin/downloads. So you copy the path here. Once you copy it, then you come back and fix it. Look at it here. This is the path where the PEM key is. It is also the path where this portfolio website is. Then you add your Ubuntu, which is your host name, and then you add your IP address. And then if this would run, even if you don't add this last part, if you don't add it, this will automatically be downloaded into your home directory. So you replace your IP, replace this with your real IP address, replace this with your real PEM key, and then you're good to go. So what does this command do? We use SCP, secure copy, to transfer files from local machine to your VM over SSH, authenticating with the same key. Since we are uploading an entire folder rather than a single file, the -R flag tells SCP to copy recursively, meaning the folder and everything inside. The destination is this, inside the roots, and then this portfolio website, this is going to be a folder. It tells you to place these files inside that folder in your VM's home directory. Like I said, if you remove this part, it will just take it to your home directory, or you can add your home directory and it will take it there. This approach, once you copy it, now remember you have done extract all. Because you've extracted, once you copy it and it comes here, you don't need to run unzip anymore, because in your local system, you've extracted it already. But if you transferred the unextracted source code into your EC2, then you will use unzip to unzip it. So you can attempt that. You try this one, attempt 2 of them. They are both learning experiences that you will get. So that's it. So now that we have copied this folder inside, now what is the next thing we are going to do? Now keep in mind, I have it on screenshot so that you don't get confused. Extract all, make sure that you have it in your PEM key, same place. Just follow this and you'll be fine. So now that we have our source code added, the very first thing to do is to obey instruction that tells us to change this. We're going to look for, open this folder, and then we are going to make a modification, change the footer. So for you to be able to find exactly what you're looking for, instead of searching everywhere, we'll use this command. First thing to do is to cd into that folder. We already did that. We list the content. We've done that already. Then this command, grep -rl, quotation mark crafted with. What I told this command to do is to search recursively through that, search all the files in this current directory, which is dot, for the exact text crafted with. Remember that in Nano, when I was in Nano editor, I did Ctrl+W and then I pasted something. Instead of me to be going through lines of code, this shortcut is going to allow me pick up the exact line I'm looking for, and then I'll edit it. So search recursively through every file in the current directory for the text crafted with. And then it will give you all of these things, and then we'll do that. So instead of you to be guessing where the footer is, so you just go ahead and run this command. Let's see. So you can also do the same thing in Nano. So type Ctrl+W, which is what we are going to do now. So let's edit the footer. All right. So remember not to do anything blindly, ls you list the contents. And now look at the file that we are trying to edit and find the footer, the index.html. So what do? We use Nano text editor, nano index.html. Then Nano will open it. I will do Ctrl+W. It gives me a search bar. Then I will type any word that will point me to the sentence I'm looking for. So I'm going to go with crafted with. So you look at it here, crafted with. So this is where I am looking for. So let's go back to Udemy instructions so that you can get what we are doing here. Where is Udemy? Okay. Okay, so this is what we are looking for. We've seen it here. We are going to add this one and then edit it. So I will copy this line. Then I'll come back to Nano and I will paste it. So what I will do is I will create, sorry, I forgot that only, so I'll push down a space. Oh, where's my cursor? I don't like that this can. I wish I was using VS Code, but it's fine. No. Sorry, give me one sec. So I want to create one more space so that I can paste it and then we'll do some modifications. Enter. So I will paste this here. I want to make sure, let me see if I can use VS Code to do this. Okay. Be sure that I copied it properly. Okay, yeah. So I have it, but I am not satisfied with it. So I'm going to close one. I just need only one space in between. So I'm deleting because I want to close down the space. So I press enter so I can make one space and then I paste. So now, first of all, let me arrange it properly so that everything will be aligned when we check it out there. So I'll just carefully move this carefully. Here's the cursor again. This is eluding me. Just give me some time. Okay. So I'm trying to, yeah, I will move this later. I will type this one. Okay. I want to type this one myself. Okay. I'll close the gap so I make sure I don't get an error. So look at the alignments that I'm doing. So that's why I'm taking care to do that. So deployed by, there's a placeholder here. So you're going to put your name. My name is Joy Yokbabi. So I'm going to put it here. And then I am group 1 co-mentor. You are going to put your group here, group 2 rather. Group 2 co-mentor. And then this is week 3. I'll add the date. Today is 11th of July, 07. 07. 11th hyphen 07 2026. Is it correct? Yeah, properly aligned. Yes, so I do Control O, enter, and Control X to exit Nano. So now that this has been edited, So I need to print it out and be sure that these corrections that I made were effected properly. I always like to run that just to ensure that I got it right. So I've bypassed all this, I've saved. So let's check cat index.html grep -a. So this command is simply going to open index.html. But instead of printing everything out, it will just focus on finding me that particular line. So the line is, one second. So this line is crafted with, which is what I'm using to search for it. So instead of me printing cat index.html to go around Nano and start looking for everything, so this command would give me exactly the line I'm looking for. And here it is, Joy Ukpabi, Group 2 co-mentor, week 3, and my date properly done. So that ends our modification. Now that we've modified the requirements, so the next thing to do is to do an actual deployment. So let's see, we're now going to deploy it. Now remember that we need Nginx to serve our web server. Thank you, everyone. So instead of, we already have Nginx installed, but something else, Nginx is serving something else in our web server. That's our React app. So what we are going to do is to remove that React app from web server. So we run this command sudo rm-rf/www/html So this will tell give you the super user privilege for you to be able to delete this folder. This folder is the Nginx root folder. So I will copy this. Then I'll come back to my terminal and paste it, and I run it. So no error. Now let's do something else. This is our React app. So let's see whether React is still serving. So you see, even though Nginx is live, if I come back here and run sudo system status Nginx. I wonder where I learned it from. So sorry, the command is wrong. Sudo Nginx, sudo system ctl. Yeah, wrong. Sudo system ctl status Nginx. So you see that my Nginx is running. It is enabled. But if you come to the browser, I'm getting this error. So the reason I'm getting this error, you already know that I have cleared the Nginx root folder. Nginx is existing, but it's not serving me anything. So now that I've done this gives me opportunity to now replace the content. I've removed my React app. Now I want to replace it with my portfolio website. So I'll come back and copy this. So this sudo cp command, when you start going through Linux commands, please just be very careful, learn them, they're very useful. Now sudo cp -r, so what this says is copy recursively everything that is inside this portfolio website and put it here. Put it inside var/www/html because I've already cleared it. So remember that when we deployed our React app, we gave Nginx ownership and then we changed permission. But I'm going to redo it again because this source code came from GitHub. Probably if I copied it from my local machine, permissions changes would have happened over time. So I just want to be on a very safe side by giving this ownership again, giving this permission again, so that I don't have to get permission denied, because you can get that error as well. So I'll just copy it. Then I come here. Let me clear my terminal a little. Then I paste it. So no error. There's no error thrown. So, but even though if you go back to my web server, this is not going. You're still going to get empty Nginx. Why? because I've not restarted Nginx and I've not reloaded it. So I've not, the configuration that I just did has not taken effect. So I'm going to still have to restart Nginx first before I can do that. But before restarting Nginx, remember what I said about sudo nginx -t. What does this command do? It will check whether there is a syntax error. So let's see if there's a syntax error. I can start debugging first before I start getting frustrated. So look at it said the configuration file, which is /etc/nginx/nginx.config syntax is okay. Then the file, the test was successful. So this is my first time. So I can now go ahead and reload Nginx. So I'll run sudo systemctl restart Nginx, and then I'll view the contents. Okay, so I've been able to restart Nginx and it survived the reboot. Then I view the content. I have readme.md, images, index.html, and all that. But just because we did a restart, let us also make sure that Nginx is still active and running by doing sudo systemctl nginx, sudo systemctl status nginx. Command is wrong. What did I type? Sudo systemctl. Oh yeah, sorry. Sudo systemctl status nginx. Okay. Yes. So Nginx is active and running. It is enabled as well. So let's see. It looks like all is still well. Okay. So I've been able to explain that. I'm not going to run through it again. So now what is the next thing to do? We're going to verify if our website is live. So this is a moment of truth. So let's go. And so if it's not live, we'll just go ahead and debug it. So what's there? All right, so our website is live, and it's not just that the website is live. Remember that there is something else we did. We need to confirm if that worked. We edited the footer, so we need to find that modifications that I did. So let's go down to the footer and find it. Oh yeah, see it here. Deployed by DMI Cohort 3, Joy Upabi, Group 2 commenter, week 3, and today. So that is it. So we've been able to deploy our portfolio website. We're able to reuse an EC2 instance that we created. We're able to move one website out and then accommodate the other. So these are things that using Linux can help you achieve. So let me come back to Zoom. So in essence, anytime you're watching your video, just take your time to go through the process one by one. All of these demonstrations that I did have been able to cover certain topics in Linux. File permissions have been covered, how to manage server is covered, so many things are covered. But while you are watching the video and doing the project yourself, you'd be able to get it better and it will stick better. So that concludes this demo. So I'm back. Anjana, sir, I'm back.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great work, Joy. Amazing work. Thank you so much. So there's been some people has been waiting. So let me
Get them in, everyone. And this is 2:25 my time. We have still 1 hour to go. Guys, everyone, please make sure your camera is turned on. And let me get my chat box here. Guys, let me in the chat box in one words. How do you feel about this day? Learning, good, great, amazing, overwhelming, boring, bad, great, brilliant, eye-opening, super, amazing, good, great, clarity, feel good, but next week will be so long. Yes. Confused, mind-blowing, awesome. DMI week 3, a lot of the stuff. Praveen Misra, thank you. Good, a lot of information, super, a lot to digest, a lot of information. This course is amazing to me. I enjoy you teaching, Joy. Thank you. Perfect, good, motivating, good. That's how legends are made. Yes, I want to create a real DevOps engineer. Guys, I want to tell you one important things today. Okay, everyone, please turn on your videos. If you are with me, focus. Please type focus in the chat box. Okay, do you guys know why I have started DMI? No, I have a dream to create a real DevOps engineer. And after the DMI, people can work on a real project. This is my dream, and I'm not close to be very honest. When I have started DMI 1, there was 1620 application. We selected 100 student, and that was my one of the best batch, because you can imagine, out of 100, sorry, 1620 student, when I have selected 100 students, so I got the really real people to learn and become DevOps engineer. Now if you see the your co-mentors, most of the co-mentors are from there. Anuradha, Ranbir, Bhupender, Anjana, uh, Tanisa, and they are the excellent people. Okay, I really enjoyed delivering the DMI 1. DMI 2, I was not very happy because something we did that didn't work. DMI 3, okay, we added more layer like watching the videos, doing the assignments, then taking the interview, and still, if I can be very honest with you, okay, I'm not very happy with the level of the knowledge all people has. Don't take me wrong, okay? See, look at my dream, right? As I said, I want to produce a real DevOps engineer. And here I have people with the different level. Okay. Now imagine the kind of demo what happening today, right? And still we have the two more demo has to do, right? And it's not possible for us to cover, right? Some of you are getting overwhelmed, right? Because maybe concept is not clear, theory is not clear, right? So the dream what I want is very hard for me to get people from the zero, okay, and make the hero. So I need something, and from last 2 weeks there was a lot of discussion between me and Anjana. We have been talking for hours and hours, and also along with the other co-mentors. How do we bridge this gap? Because it's really not fun coming and teaching the a theory, because those can be learned anywhere. Basic concept, basic theory could be learned from anywhere. right? And if I want to produce real engineers, okay, I need people with the at least one very good foundation. From there, I can push them and give the real knowledge that need you to work on the real project. Guys, are you able to sense what I'm saying? Am I making sense? Type MK in the chat box. With this vision in DMI cohort 2, okay, I introduced two things. What we have given in the DMI 1, okay, on top of that, we have added Agentic AI, the course what you have completed last week, okay. And on top of that, I created another new complete course and complete materials how to deploy 8 microservices using Claude Code. And there people they were not able to use it, not able to understand it. And here again in this cohort, it's become very tough for me, okay, because starting from here, taking you on the top, okay, it's very tough for me. So I was thinking, I was doing brainstorming, how do I make this bridge this gap? So all people has the everything, but when I start the DMI 4, okay, it will be the next level. I reach my goal because I don't want to just give hit and try. Now you see, right, means from morning I'm sitting here in front of you. This is, I love the DMI. This is my passion. I enjoy it. I work for the company Monday to Friday. I'm burning out, but it's still Saturday. I came in the DMI. This is meditation for me. I feel re-energized even after working 8 hours, sitting 8 hours in front of you. It's best things I have here. So guys, I'm working hard. You also need to work hard. Work hard. Okay? And I want you people to reach the place. I know there's the gap, but I'm giving my 100%. I need 100% from you. Guys, you are committed. Can I get the satisfaction what I want from this DMI? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Guys, DMI is, see, DMI cohort 1 was completely free. DMI cohort 2 we introduced a small price. Okay, 3.99 euro. You people paid a little more because here I'm not making any money. This money going somewhere. There is some people helping, supporting this. A lot of work is there. Okay. I have only and one mission, okay, to reach this goal. So now for cohort 4, what I am thinking, what I am planning, okay, I did something. So I want everyone to read my thoughts and then you really understand, okay, where you are currently, where you need to go, what is my expectation, and what will be cohort 4 looks like. If you guys give your 100%, I will give you my 100%. Otherwise, we will just stop somewhere where I feel like, okay, we are done. So guys, I have written a LinkedIn post. I'm writing this, I'm posting it now. I want everyone to go and read this. So please go ahead, open your LinkedIn. And please read this post line by line. Once you read it, then let me know your thoughts in the comment. I'm not going to share the link. You can go and find the link in my LinkedIn post. You all, everyone knows me, and we are almost connected. Guys, read the post very carefully, okay? Read it. I put a lot of thoughts writing this. I've been doing a lot of work, okay? While reading this post, you will feel, okay, a DMI 4 is not going to be easy is not going for the everyone. So this is your biggest opportunity to get as much as you can from this cohort, DMI 3. I'm sharing the link over here. You could find from the LinkedIn. Sorry guys. I was saying, please go through the post and write your comment in the LinkedIn. I'm going to read each and every one comment. I'm going to reply it. And most importantly, I wanted you to understand the importance of the DMI. DMI cohort 4 going to be completely different. I will sit myself, I will take the interviews, then I'm going to select the people. So in DMI, you see in the foundation track, okay, just I want people to go through each and every theory and all the hands-on. So everyone, when they join the live track, they will have the really good knowledge of the Azure, DevOps, Linux, Git. They know everything. So we will directly start from the assignments. We go into the deeper. We'll use agentic AI everywhere. No blockers. At the end, we'll deploy the real application. You use everything so what you do in the real production. GitOps, Helm, Argo CD. We can design different scenarios for the GitOps. This is what a real engineer do works. If we are stuck in the theory, then we don't have time for that. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Take your time. Okay, read into that, and I will love to hear your feedback as well. Okay, DMI is all about you, student. Okay, we adopted a lot of things from the cohort 1 students. They are still with me. They are sort of my advisor. They are my mentor running the cohort. They help me, they support me. Same we did with the DMI cohort 2. Now you see you have the three commenters from there: Faith, Joy, and Greg. Okay, DMI cohort 4, you could be the commenter. You will be helping other students. Okay, every cohort we are making big difference. We are trying to give our 100%. Okay, so take it seriously, commit for the next 5 months, and trust me, I will make you a real DevOps engineer. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Take your time to read the LinkedIn post, comment the post. Okay, I will read everyone line. Okay, everyone comment. Now, guys, let's do the last part of today's session. Okay, peer assignment review. Okay, and this is very important. We will take you just another 30 minutes and we are done. Okay, because as per official time we have still 45 minutes. Okay, I will take you 30 minutes. I want you to do the assignment review. Okay, so how is going to happen? You already know. I'm going to break you people in the breakout room. 3 people will be there. Okay, so please share each other assignments. Okay, and go through it. Okay, learn from them. And one important things. Okay, also guys, please try to make some good friend there. Whole point of having this breakout session, finding a good friend. Guys, am I making sense? So when I'm putting you in a specific breakout room, so you are interacting with some person, right? Make a good friend. So you can sit together on the weekdays while doing the assignment. You can share the screen, discuss the problem. While discussing, a lot of things become clear. Okay, you know peer programming concepts, right? You could have the one friend. Okay, you can solve assignments together. Sit, and one person will do, another person will guide, try to solve together, right? Then again sit separately and create your own document. Okay guys, so now I'm going to create the breakout room, and this will be for the, okay, I'm going to make a maybe 2 people. Okay, and maybe in some of the 3 people will be there. So we have 100 30, 65, 120. Okay. Not include commenters. Create the breakout room. Guys, I'm opening it. Please go ahead, enjoy it. See you in the 30 minutes. Abhishek, join your breakout room. What you are doing here? Abhishek, Mikhail, Nichi, Tolu, Vushola. What you guys are doing here? Prasant, what you are doing here? Yes, where is your group? What are you doing here?
Yeah, Shravat, which group you are in? No, in the breakout room. I can add you again. Okay, let him. Okay. Adej, didn't you check your leaderboard? Why not in Discord?
Hey guys, welcome back. Please type back in the chat box if you are here with me. Perfect. Guys, let's do the last attendance of the day. Anjana, please take the attendance. Everyone, please make sure to mark your attendance because we are going to make some decisions, okay, end of this week. As I said, we want to make sure we have the right people, okay. We'll be removing some of the people. So your attendance is very, very important. Okay, guys, perfect. So now we done the attendance. Let me close it. 1 minute 30 seconds is good enough. Perfect. I didn't get the attendance. Why you didn't get the attendance? You have been sleeping. Or you were tired. Okay, guys. So let's end our day over here. And this week we are not going to announce champion of the week because we go 1 week back. Okay. So last week we have announced, but this week we are taking break. So next week we will announce champion of the week of the last week. Okay. So we will have some buffer. Okay. To make sure we are reviewing all the assignments. Okay. Because we review assignments till Thursday. Then again, we don't spend enough time on the Friday because we have a lot of work to do. But now everything will fall into the cycle. Okay. So from the next week, you will see the champion of the week. So we have the break here. And with that notes, first of all, let's thanks once again Joy, Greg, Anjana. They are here. Okay. Greg is here from the morning. Joy, thank you so much for doing this demo session. It has been really helpful to everyone, all the students. Guys, everyone, please give your heart and thanks to the Anjana. When you are submitting your assignments, please tag your co-mentors. They are giving their valuable time to us. Okay? So, we should be the grateful for them, for their work, their support. So, co-mentors, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your all support. Guys, give the heart. We need more heart. You can also laugh as well, guys. Okay, now we are going to end our session. We're done for the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Come on, guys, turn on your video. You guys are sleeping. Okay, guys, thank you so much. And thank you all giving me opportunity, giving us opportunity to teach you. Okay. Otherwise, I cannot teach the black computer. So thank you so much for being the all motivation for us. Okay. For doing all the preparation, all the work to come Saturday, teach you. Thank you so much for joining on the time. So guys, with that notes, thanks once again, everybody. Take some rest, sleep well, and once you wake up tomorrow morning, start watching the all videos, okay, of the Linux for DevOps from the Udemy. Okay, guys, you know where is the LMS, right? Perfect. Okay, guys, thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can stay and other people can drop from here. Okay. So you are already tired, you are with us, so feel free to drop from here, okay? I'm going to take couple of questions, not a lot. I'm also tired, guys, okay? So if you have some genuine questions, so please raise your hand, okay? And other people, please feel free to drop from here, okay? Go ahead, take some rest, spend some time with your family, loved one. Yes, Teo, please unmute yourself. First of all, turn on your camera. Okay, Minakshi, you can go ahead. Okay, Minakshi, you can unmute yourself now.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Just this is amazing, and I'm so grateful. I'm a little slow with all of this because I'm not all hands-on tech in my world, but I want to, really catch up. So with Udemy, I do not have access to the Linux course. Last time also, Anjana gave me the Agentic code, so I was able to access it a little late. But again, the Linux course, I need the link or the code to get access to it. Thank you.
Meenakshi, you are too late to get the LMS access. Okay, we have given LMS access multiple times. Okay, before the course starts,
Yes, sir.
even the day course started. Now I don't think you have any free coupons. Okay, so I'm really sorry. I cannot help at this point of time.
Okay.
Let me check if there is any coupon is still available, but hopefully
Okay.
not.
Okay.
No,
So
there's no coupon available. Okay.
okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Taio, please unmute yourself.
Hi, sir. Just the same question. I don't get today. We don't get today the link of Unix course Academy
Guys, there is no new course. You already got access of the
for the
day of
last week.
day of for beginner. Here's the course link. Okay, you got two course access, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Uh-huh.
one was for the agentic AI, another is for the DevOps for the beginner. So that course, if you go, okay, you will see the section 2. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
same
Okay,
course
sir.
Joy was explaining to you. Okay,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
you are welcome.
Glad.
Yes, I think Tasir have took your place. Okay, she came unexpected. So, Taio. Oh, I don't know. I'm pronouncing your name wrong correctly. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, Taiwo, you are right. Taiwo.
Taio. Okay, perfect.
So I
Yes.
said I wasn't able to complete my attendance. I was fighting it, then the pop-up just closed. So I was able to drop my second attendance. That's what I want to talk about.
Okay, no problem. See, again,
Can you hear me?
if you didn't mark, yes, I heard you. If you didn't mark your attendance, don't worry, okay? When you are interacting in the chat, okay? Again, we take a reference from there as well, okay? If you are available there all the time, replying to us, okay? Again, we took into the consideration and put your marks, your attendance there as well, okay? And if you
Okay.
needed, we can do
Fine.
the cross check with you. So no worries.
Okay, fine.
Godwin, please unmute yourself.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please, am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you so much, Praveen, for your time, the sacrifice, and the impact. So I just wanted to add the DMI website. I raised this concern last week. You said it was going to be updated in 2 days' time. So when I checked during the week, for example, now my week one assignment, I don't know my scores, I don't know the reflection, I can't reflect if I missed any step, how to do it. That's number one. So the DMI, as I checked, even as at Friday, or it's not updated. Now, number two, the ranks.
Let's go one by one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, apologize for not updating the DMI websites. Last week was really hectic for the Anjana. Okay. She has extremely busy with all the works. Okay. So it took some time, but now DMI website is updated. There you can see your marks. So your first question is answered. Please go ahead for the next question.
So, okay, I'll just confirm. The rank also is updated, right? The ranks, because I noticed when I
Yes.
search my name. All right, all right. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Praveen.
You are most welcome. And I really like your question and like your attitude. Okay. So you people pushed us as well. Okay. So thank you so much. Appreciate. Okay. Now, Jacqueline, unmute yourself.
Hi, sir. Thank you so much for
Hello.
today, sir. Sir, I have a question about today's assignments. So, in our GitHub right now, and I'm sure it will be updated later this week as well, I saw that there is assignment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What I noticed today was assignment 1, 2, 3, 4 is everything covered by Joy. It was about Linux, and in your Udemy, it covers section 2. But assignment 5 is about Bash, and in your Udemy course, it covers section 3, which I understand we did not get to cover today. So my question, sir, is must we only do assignment 1, 2, 3, 4, or will we, and eventually also 6, because I think it's about agentic AI, or what is the structure for today's assignment, sir? Only are we supposed to focus on completing the Udemy?
Very good question. Okay, and thanks for bringing. And Anjana, please make a note of it. Okay, we can write this announcement in the uh, Discord as well, so other people will be aware of it. So, first things, so this week we are covering Linux and the Bash as well. Okay, so from Linux we had the 4 assignments. So this is already done today. Okay, Bash assignments will be done on the Monday. Okay, and the agentic AI as well. Okay, so both assignment will be done on the Monday and session will be recorded as well. So I request everyone to join. Okay, if not able to join XYZ region, then recording will be available on the YouTube. You can watch from there. Okay, so you have to submit your all 6 assignments. And I think we have forgot to walk you through the GitHub once again, but I think at this point of time, we are expecting where is to have to submit the assignments. Okay.
So I just have one more question. I
Yes.
read your LinkedIn post today, and I understand where you're coming from with your decision as well, sir. But I just want one clarification. Today, now we are in DMI 3. What is your plan for us? Are we considered doing the basic and the regular track, or once we complete DMI 3, we are basically able to now join DMI 4 because it's more comprehensive?
Okay, so you guys are creating a lot of problem, okay? Because of you guys, all this decision is coming. So I'm going to veer with you guys, okay? There's no options, okay? So we are going to cover the basics, mid-level, advanced, everything, okay? With all the pain, okay? So no worries. The decision that's coming for the cohort 4, okay? Because last 2 week has been very painful, okay? As I was saying, cohort 1 was really amazing. I really loved delivering that session. I never felt tired. Okay, that time I was literally teaching live. You can go and see on the YouTube. So there's 8 hours of the live videos I have been teaching. I have enjoyed. We have the great people, amazing people, hardworking across globe, and they are still with me. Okay, so that was the best cohort for me. Cohort 2, somehow things didn't work as I was expecting, because I think people were not that much committed. Okay, that was the issues. That's why for the cohort 4 we introduced interview as well. But still we feel there's a lot of gaps what I'm expecting to deliver. Okay, but no problems. You guys are doing excellent work. Okay, because you are far better than in my past decisions. Okay, but now I see some clear road maps. So I should enjoy, you should enjoy, and people also choose their path accordingly. Okay, when the right moment will come, they will be at the right place.
Thank you so much, sir, for the answers. Enjoy your weekend ahead and have a good day, sir.
Thank you so much. Now I see this a lovely baby in the Amos lab. Okay, thank you so much for attending the session, having with the kids, and managing everything. Thank you so
Hello,
much.
sir.
Please unmute yourself. Okay, and I will take your question. Then you can go to the spend time with your baby and family. Amos, unmute yourself. No problem. We can see your baby.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
She's actually crying. That's why she's disturbing. I won't be able to. You'll be able to get
No
sleep
problem. No
tonight.
problem.
All right. So my question is basically on this week's assignment. Is on this week's assignment. Okay. Thank you. So regarding, I think when I followed when mentor Joy was
Mhm.
talking about creating account on AWS. And she pointed out that some of us actually have accounts there. So, and then my question is basically on that aspect. Like, if somebody had account before, and then the person tries to create another one, I don't know. I'm just trying to find out. And the person tries to create another one, possibly because of the charges there, and then the free credits that were being given are no longer available. Like it has, the time has elapsed. The 6 months is already elapsed, and they want to create another one. Is there going to be like a kind of constraint based on the fact that your credit card has been used on the creation of the account before for the previous one? I want to find out.
Okay. So two things. Okay, first things, if you already have the account, okay, so you not need to create the account for sake of the assignment. Okay, in the assignment you will also see if you already have the account. Okay, then just share the screenshot, you own the account, that's all. Okay, second things, if you already had the AWS account with maybe same email ID and same credit card, okay, I think if you have with the same email ID, it don't allow. I'm not sure about the credit card. Technically, they should allow. Okay, I think only your phone number, and I think email should. I think unique email ID should be unique. It's been very long time I have created new account, so I cannot say this is something give and try. So give it a try and see how it goes. Okay. So
Okay,
mostly
sir.
you'll be able to create it. Or don't
Okay,
create.
sir.
If you have already have, don't create it. If you have the free tier available. If not, then create new one.
All right, sir. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
No problem. Daniel, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for today. There was more information shared today. I was really grateful because I'm a person who likes Linux. So anytime Linux comes up, I just want to be playing around it. I want to call to your attention, most especially Joy. She has been so wonderful because this time I reach out to her, she responds. And if it's an information she can't handle, but at least that moment she gives to me really helps me to address it. But for other commenters, I reach out to them, they don't respond. I don't know, maybe it's their time session or maybe their time format and all that. I don't know, but they don't respond to me. I think I was having one issue and I shared it in the group when I was having issue pushing. And I think I noticed it was because of my git ignore account. My git ignore was having issues. So, but nobody helped me out on it. So I want to see if there's a way that can be seamlessly be reaching out when we drop a message. It does help us out because I noticed that the message I dropped since.
Daniel, wait. I see your point. Okay. First things first, don't reach and don't send message anyone individually, any commenter. Okay.
Okay.
They are not going to do one-to-one support. First things first,
Okay.
everyone keep in the mind. Okay.
Okay.
If you have any questions, go and ask in the forum. Okay.
Okay.
And this is very common questions. This question already been discussed last week on the Wednesday session. I was there.
Okay.
Okay. So you haven't attended the, have you attended Monday session evening?
Definitely. Yes, I did.
Tuesday?
No, for Tuesday I did not.
Wednesday?
I did. I'm always
Wedne-
active on it.
no, Wednesday it was discussed.
Okay.
Okay. So you have not been there. So if you are not able to attend the evening session, no worries. This is not mandatory, but make sure to watch the recordings. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe sometimes recording is also not available, but you can ask your question in the forum. Don't send individual messages. They don't have
Oh,
time
okay.
to entertain 182 people. Imagine, right?
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's not possible one-to-one support. So any
Oh,
questions, ask in the forum, and mostly other friends face the same problem. They are going to help you out. Okay.
okay.
If
All
it
right.
is
Thank
not
you.
getting answered, then your co-mentor will jump there.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You are welcome.
All right.
George, please unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, Previn.
Good afternoon.
I was checking the website and I noticed that people's scores have been posted there, but I couldn't find anything for my own for the first week. I couldn't
Okay.
find any figures there.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I think it's supposed to be there. Okay, maybe your name is missing. And
It's okay.
now again, just is things coming in my mind. If people have this kind of problem, okay, maybe we can create a Google form. Then you can add your details over there. Okay, so it's easy for us to just look at the your details and fix the issues. Okay, rather than you'll be trying to reach individual commenters. Anyways, now you got the idea. Let me look around it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll fix it. Okay.
Okay,
No worries.
thank you.
Yeah. Sola, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Good day, sir.
Good day. First thing first, where is your clothes?
That is why I'm trying to. You can only see my face.
No, sometime I can see downside as well. Is it too hot?
It's not that too hot, but I just have to do some certain thing.
Okay, it's fine. Go ahead. It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. You don't need to dress up now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate your good work, what you are doing. Just that we are endeavor to make sure that we know for your hand, even though it's not easy at all. I'm a postgraduate student, computer science, information technology options, but I want to, but I'm probably able to chat you probably, but I don't know how I can chat you privately. But this agentic AI, is this something that's going to be a best option? Like will it be also be okay for like a project, like academic project and some other things like that?
Sorry, I was not able to follow you. Could you please come again in bit
I'm saying
concise way?
the agentic AI
Hmm.
that you taught us.
Hmm.
So is it good for academic project? I mean, postgraduate students.
Oh, academic project.
Yes.
Ah.
You are laughing. You talk about-
I
Yes,
don't
sir.
know. I don't know, Miss, what is actually requirement in your project, right? So, of course, you can use it, Miss. Just this agentic, there's nothing, right? Using this agentic AI, you can build some agent. Okay. So if you're able to build some agent, that could be the good project. just creating the scales, sub agent, okay, hooks. So this itself is just a supporting capability for your DevOps engineering work, right? So itself is just not a project, okay? So currently I'm working on one agent for the my release pipeline, okay? And this is I'm working with the lang graph, okay? And this is really going to do the real deployment, okay? It's such a big project, okay, complex project. So that is a real agent, right? So even I'm sleeping, Monday it will do the release on the staging environment. On the Wednesday it will do the Thursday it will do the production environment release. Then Friday demo environment release. It will comment on the Slack channels. It will get details from here and there, right? So that is the real agent, correct? So if you have able to make this kind of project, then go for the academic. Otherwise, it will be it won't add
Okay.
much
The
value.
the second question is, well, in Finland, I would like to relocate to Finland too. So how easy it is for somebody who just starting to relocate to Finland with a remote work? How easy it is?
Okay, it's too early. Let's not get into this kind of discussion over here. Okay,
Okay,
just focus on the DevOps and learnings. Okay.
okay, sir.
Okay, guys. Still, I see 58 people, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, please drop. Okay, take some rest. Okay, see you guys on the Monday or maybe on the Saturday session.